Coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a pussy. One sip, two sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face.
Oops. Welcome in. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Forrest. How are you? I hope you had a good evening. But we're on way different time zones, aren't we? I can't recall if it's morning or evening or afternoon for you. Um, so, welcome in. Welcome in. I'm just getting my other screen pulled up here. So we'll give it a few minutes and let everybody's notifications get out there and let everybody get in. We're going to cover some of this Karen Reed stuff this morning, 7 a.m. there. Okay, so you're not too far. You're 2 hours behind me. I'll remember that from now on. That's easy. Okay. I kind of got you on Idaho time then. That's cool. At least it's not too terribly different between us. That's really good. Um, so yeah, so this morning, as we all know, there's jury selection going to start with Lori Vallow. Cameras aren't allowed in there. There are cameras in the Karen Reed courtroom this morning, and we're going to take a look at that. I'm going to pull that up because it was happening live, but I didn't watch it. I kind of started it just to check it out, and I wanted to wait and watch it with you guys. So we're going to take a look at that a piece before that, and then we'll start that, and we'll go from the beginning to watch it so we can get the whole thing in. We'll go over some of the Lori Daybell stuff that we know. We know there were new rulings handed down in her pretrial hearing yesterday. We know that Nate Eaton is now allowed in. We've heard from Nate Eaton since then. We'll take a look at that as well. The judge handed down some rulings in Karen Reed's case yesterday as well. We'll look at that as well. So we'll get caught up on our trial coverage. So I'm calling it our first round of trial coverage. Forrest, we might be the only ones here today, but that's okay. We'll roll with it, right? They can get us on the replay. Maybe everybody's not woke up yet. Or maybe they're watching the stuff live somewhere else, not realizing. Okay. We'll get caught up here eventually. I got bored. Maybe I should have went live earlier when I saw that was live, but I was like, oh, already scheduled up, so we'll wait. So I had a little brief text exchange with Joe just a few minutes ago. Joe is boots on the ground there. Lori Vallow's trial today. If you would, still jury selection just starting, so there's no actual trial happening yet. But Joe's there. I think he said he was first in line. So I asked him to give us some text updates when he can. So if we get any of those while we're live, I'll bring them to you. And of course, we'll drop Joe's channel into the chat. I think everybody has it, but we'll do it anyway. We appreciate our boots on the ground coverage, don't we, Forrest? All right. So we may have some watchers and not many chatters, and that's quite all right. I'm going to start with this brief update here. And this gives us a good rundown on what the judge's rulings were yesterday in that Karen Reed pretrial hearing ahead of this morning's start of the trial.
Doug, Antoinette, good morning. Here we go again, and it begins with drawing another large pool of potential jurors. That is what is going to happen today, and there will be hundreds of potential jurors coming every single day until a jury can be impaneled, and this process can continue with opening statements. Karen Reed, as you know, is accused of hitting her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, with her SUV, leaving him to die in a 2022 snowstorm. The defense is claiming that someone else killed O'Keefe and that Reed is being framed as part of a police cover-up. Judge Beverly Cannoni issued a ruling just yesterday limiting the defense's use of a third-party culprit strategy. They had hoped to implicate three people: retired Boston police officer Brian Albert, his nephew Colin Albert, and ATF agent Brian Higgins. But Judge Cannoni ruled there is no evidence to show Colin Albert was ever in the house at the time of O'Keefe's death.
It's a narrower door for them to go through this time. No federal investigation to point to here. They have to develop evidence that either or both of these two people might have killed him. And I think that this prosecutor may try the case in a different way in terms of order of evidence. So defense have to figure, how do we get this evidence in?
So again, hundreds of people will be called to court every day until a jury is seated. Now, last time took 5 days to seat the jury. It is likely to take several weeks this time around. Potential jurors will fill out a 3-page questionnaire. By the way, you can read that on WCVB.com. Court begins at 9 o'clock this morning.
So we have those questionnaires. When I heard him say that, I was like, oh, on the website? Cool, so let's go grab them. So we did. Isn't that crazy that's going to take up to possibly 3 weeks for this jury selection? Because normally it's like a 3 to 5 day process. I guess I could see it taking a little longer in this case now that it's the second time around, but isn't it the same jury pool? Like, they didn't change venues or anything, right? I don't know. Maybe there's a lot more to their questioning this time. They're like, we're going to get it right because this time we want it to go our way. So, yeah. So I went to their website and we got to look at those. Gonna wait for some. Get away from there. I'll wait and see if we get a few more people in before we start that proceedings. Let me see. This thing was so small when I looked at it, but you can actually blow it up and take a look at it. Those questionnaires, those always are interesting, right? I think they are. And you don't always, sometimes you get a look at them and sometimes you don't. Let me see. Hang on. I want to pull this up, but I wanted to stop doing all of its weirdness. Okay. Yeah, Forrest, there's a lot of people out there that covered this case and have been for a long, long time. And I'm just like playing catch up, right? Isn't Brian Higgins the one that Karen Reed was allegedly flirting with? Firefly is not around this morning. She's my go-to on the Karen Reed case because she watched the first trial. She knows all the stuff. Oh, I didn't even realize that was in this article. Wow, there's things in here I didn't see before. But this is not what I need. So let me back out of this. That's about the second trial stuff. Okay, where did the questionnaires go? 'Cause I just had them. Click back here. Okay, I know what I do. Make this a little bigger so I can see. Where did it go? Like, it was right here. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'll have to pull the screen up so I can share. Sorry, an ad's playing. I'm trying to make it stop.
Decide Karen Reed's fate.
Picking a jury is both an art.
She said picking a jury is an art. I bet it is. That's why they have jury consultants, right? So this is like the first page. And like the first question on here is, see, I can hardly even see that, guys. I have such bad glasses because I broke mine and I'm wearing crappy ones. It is alleged on January 29, 2022, while intoxicated and operating her motor vehicle in Canton, Massachusetts, the defendant Karen Reed killed her boyfriend John O'Keefe, an off-duty Boston police officer. Is there anything about the description of the case, the charges, or the victim, or that the victim was an off-duty police officer that caused you to believe you cannot be a fair or impartial in this case? And you got your choices of yes, no, or not sure. Interesting stuff. Yeah, she does. It wasn't my cup of tea either. I'm trying because I know that the community, some of them are interested, so we're trying, right? We're trying, Forrest. Um, we might be the only ones here to listen to this stuff, so we might learn something new that we didn't know before. Have you already started to make up your mind about this case? How would you answer that? Would you say not sure if you actually had heard about it? Because I don't think they exclude you particularly if you have heard. It depends on what you've heard and what you think, right? Once you've heard things. So would you say, well, I'm 50-50, right? I'd say that. I'd be honest. I'd be so honest. Like, yeah, I follow this case and I'm 50-50, but let me in there, please. um, Number three is like, do you have any opinions regarding previous experiences as a juror, the fairness of the jury system and criminal justice systems in the country, in our country, that would impair your ability to be fair or impartial? And you get the same choices again, the yes, no, and not sure. Number four is, do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs that would make it difficult for you to follow? That's an interesting one because the religion plays a big part in some of these cases, like the Vallow case, for instance, the LDS and all that, Hildebrandt and all them. But sometimes your religious beliefs may only allow you to think certain ways, right? This case is expected to garner a significant amount of media attention. Is there anything about a high-profile nature of the case that would prevent you from serving as a fair or impartial jury? Boy, I could answer no to all of those, right? I don't know if I'll read all of these because they're not all that, they're kind of just standard stuff. If the testimony were in conflict, would you tend to believe the testimony of a police officer more than any other witness simply because the witness is a police officer? Wow. I'd answer no. Hi, Asha. Is that Asha? Is that the correct way to pronounce that? Asha? I like Asha. Welcome in, either way. We're glad to have you here. Forrest, how would you answer that question? If the testimony were in conflict, would you tend to believe the testimony of a police officer more than any other witness simply because the witness is a police officer? How would you guys answer? Yes, no, or not sure? I'm going to say no. Fire away in the comment section. Conversely, would you tend to disbelieve a police officer simply because the witness is an officer? No. I'm going to put this out on the community tab and make all you guys answer it so I'll know what you're. I need to know where y'all stand. Oh, thank you. Okay, good deal, Asha. Good deal. Right? Y'all'd say no too. Real happy. Welcome in. Welcome in. Always makes me real happy to see you. I was bored this morning. I was ready to go live. I was like, where's my community? Where's my friends? We got shits to do. We're kind of just going over the Karen Reed questionnaires for the jury. They do have a live proceeding happening now. We're about to go check that out. I was just letting a few more of you guys get in here. So we're just going over this questionnaires. It was on the website for this WCVB.com. Do you have any strong personal beliefs, or have you been exposed to any strong personal beliefs from friends and relatives about law enforcement officers, prosecutors, or the government? Do I have any strong personal beliefs? Yeah. Does that matter here? Like, these are trick questions, some of them. Do y'all feel that way? Like if I answer wrong, are they going to tell me I can't be on the jury? Some folks don't want to be all, no, part of no jury duty. Would you fudge to get out of it? Have you ever been involved in a group, community, or individual activity showing support for law enforcement or outside of your own community? Now, that's an interesting question, too. My answer would have to be no. Have you ever been involved in a group, community, or individual activity? See, I can't, it was critical of police or law enforcement. Oh, that was critical of police or law enforcement. Nah, I don't anti-protest the police either. These are crazy questions. I'd have to pull that up to bring number 2. Let's go ahead and bring up that procedure. Why do I keep calling it a procedure? The proceedings of this morning's jury selection underway over there in Karen Reed. Let's go pull that up. Because you don't, it's like the judge was addressing them this morning. Okay. It's still going on, so I'm going to back it all the way to the beginning, guys, so we can just catch it from there. I'm going to go ahead and bump it up to 1.25. If it's too much, like I've always tell you guys, let me know. We'll back it back down. And again, if you guys are just joining in, but we know that the Karen Reed trial and the Lori Vallow trial are starting. Excuse me, let me get a drink of my drink real quick. Okay, there's no cameras in Lori's trial this morning, starting her jury selection, but we have cameras over in Karen Reed. So yesterday, rulings came down in both of these, and I guess they were like last minute pretrial hearings. So the judge over in Lori's case has, allowed Nate Eaton to come in as a spectator, if you will, so he can report on the coverage. He didn't deny or give her motion to keep Nate out. He struck him from the witness list. So Nate is in, and he denied all Lori's other motions as well. And then over in Karen Reed, she got a ruling on the third-party culprit defense, which is always interesting. So 2 are in and 1 is out. What is his name? The Colin Albert, the son. They can't bring him up at all. So let's actually... We watched this right before you guys, at the beginning of the show, that little news clip. But anyway, it was letting us know that what the judge ruled on yesterday in Karen Reed's pretrial motion hearing about the third-party culprits, the Brian Higgins, I guess is his name, and the Albert guy. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get all these names straight in this case. They can be brought up as third-party culprits, but not in an opening statement, right? They're going to have to kind of like flesh that out throughout the trial. Like when they go to probably look at the wounds on his arm, and could they start alluding to a third-party culprit by bringing in the dog in a fight and all this stuff? I don't know how they'll get there. That's pretty much how the judge is going to make them handle it. But so we're going to start taking a look at this. Let me get the screen up here. And this is this morning's procedure. There I go again. Proceeding happening now. And let me hit play. All right, here we go.
You come back to talk to me. So we appreciate your patience. We understand that this will take a while, but I will recess now for you to do that. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. I thought it was at the beginning. We got down to the recess. Could you imagine how it would feel to be on trial for a second time? Sorry, my cords are all twisted up here. If I don't fix it, I'm going to knock my phone completely off my desk, and it's big and it'll hit the floor. Okay. Cut that out of my way now. Why are they not starting? Y'all stop. Dead air.
Yes.
Your Honor, this is 22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Counsel.
You want counsel? You want me to say?
Counsel.
Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
I'm Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Morning, Mr. Alessi.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti.
Good morning, Your Honor. Victoria George on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. George. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Okay,
Karen Reed, can you please stand? Karen Reed, you are now set at the bar to be tried, and these good men and women who I shall call to pass between the Commonwealth and you upon your trial. If you'd object to any of them, you must do so before they are sworn. You have a right to challenge any 16 jurors without giving reason. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, jurors. My name is Beverly Cannoni. I'm a judge of this court, and I want to welcome you here today and give you some idea on what you will be asked to do. So, jury service, as you know, is one of the most important duties we have as citizens. We appreciate that you're here, ready, willing, and able to serve if you're called upon to do so, and our system of justice simply does not work without you, so we thank you. This is the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The Commonwealth alleges that at approximately 6 a.m. on the morning of January 29, 2022, the Canton Police Department received a 911 call reporting an unresponsive male party in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road in that town. Officers responded and discovered the man, later identified as John O'Keefe, off the roadway in the front lawn area. Officers identified 3 women with Mr. O'Keefe, one of whom was the defendant, Karen Reed, the girlfriend of Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant had been with Mr. O'Keefe the previous evening at 2 different bars in Canton and had driven with him to this residence in the early morning hours of this date. Mr. O'Keefe was treated by paramedics from the Canton Fire Department and transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where he was subsequently pronounced deceased. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle earlier that morning and then left the scene while Mr. O'Keefe lay injured in the snow during a blizzard. The defendant denies these allegations. She is presumed to be innocent and has pled not guilty. So Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. She is also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and with leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death. I will describe these indictments in detail at the end of the case when I teach you the law, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. There are various ways in which the Commonwealth can prove a murder case, and the Commonwealth is permitted to proceed under all theories it believes it can prove. Here, the Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder and that the murder was murder in the second degree. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, involuntary manslaughter is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct. These terms and the elements of the crimes will be explained to you in greater detail at the end of the case before you begin your deliberations. Now, at the outset, I would like to address the issue of public interest in this case and the duty of this court to adhere to the rule of law. John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while the public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. The jurors selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. They will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, they will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, the jury will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this criminal trial will be decided by an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So, while public comment will likely continue, the rule of law will be upheld. In order to determine your eligibility to serve on this case, I'm going to ask you questions, all as a group, and then I'm going to ask you to fill out a supplemental questionnaire. We have found that the use of this questionnaire is helpful for several reasons. First, there are some personal questions on it, and we ask that you be candid. In addition, the process of filling out the questionnaire provides the opportunity to be more reflective as you answer the questions, rather than being put on the spot and asked to give immediate answers. After you fill out the questionnaire, we will have you come up to the sidebar one at a time so that we can follow up with you on your answers to the questionnaire and to my questions. I want to thank you in advance for your patience as we go through this process. As you may know, the lawyers for the parties participate in the selection of the jury. Under our law, each of the parties has the right to exercise what we call juror challenges. This means that each party has the right to challenge a certain number of prospective jurors for any reason or for no reason at all. Therefore, some of you may be excused during the impanelment procedure. If you are not selected for jury service on this case, you should not take it personally. Don't think that somehow you're not a fair person, because it's not a reflection on you at all. You will be directed back to the jury room and perhaps be picked for another case. In a few minutes, I'll pose a number of questions to you as a group. You have just taken an oath that requires you to truthfully answer these questions and all questions posed to you. If your answer to any question is yes, I will ask that you raise your hand and hold up your juror card in the air with the numbers facing out so that the court officer can read the number from the card. You don't have to get your cards out yet. I'll tell you when it's time to get your cards out. Now, the fact that you answer yes to one of my questions does not mean that you're automatically disqualified from jury service. It simply means that there are matters that counsel and I must discuss with you. If you find a question posed to the group overly intrusive, you may elect to answer the question at sidebar. I may have additional questions for you which relate to issues that may be raised in the trial and are designed to give us information regarding your ability to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case. And the lawyers are permitted to ask you questions for the same reason. This is not a test. There is no right or wrong answer to any question. We're simply looking for your honest and best answers to the questions. Now I'm going to have the lawyers introduce themselves. We'll start with the Commonwealth, and when the defense introduces themselves, please introduce your client. Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor.
Please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hank Brennan. I represent the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Along with me are two other attorneys I'd like to introduce you to. All the way to my right is Attorney Laura McLaughlin.
Good morning.
And next to me is Attorney Adam Lally.
Thank you. Defense counsel, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alan Jackson. I have the privilege of representing Ms. Karen Reed, who is to my right.
Good morning, members of the jury. My name is Elizabeth Little, and I also have the privilege of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Robert Alessi, and I also have the privilege of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Yannetti. I'm an attorney. I have an office in Boston. I also have an office in Dedham. It is my privilege to represent Karen Reed.
Good morning, members of the jury. My name is Victoria George, and I have the pleasure of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning.
Y'all know who she is, that last chick? That is that former juror that we were talking about yesterday and the day before. The one from the first trial, she was an alternate that just joined the team like a couple of days ago. That would be her. Interesting.
Karen Reed, thank you for being here.
All right, thank you very much. Folks, I'm going to read a very lengthy witness list to you. It's important that you listen to the names because at some point I'm going to ask you whether you know any of these folks. So when you hear it, please listen to it in those terms. Now, it does not mean that all 150 witnesses are going to be called at trial, but you'll hear their names if they're not called. You may hear their names during trial. So it's important that we know if you know these folks. The list is alphabetical, but it's alphabetical by first name. So Aidan Kearney from Jefferson, Mass. Dr. Aziz Wolf from South Miami, Florida. Alfredo Lopelato from Canton. Allison McCabe, also Canton. Andre Porto from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Andrew Klain from Bridgewater. Andrew Rentschler, PhD from Pittsburgh. Angela Malvone from Canton, Annie Chung from Canton, Anthony Flamati from the Canton Fire Department, Ashley Bell from Canton, Ashley Valliere from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, Brian Albert from Norwood, Brian Albert Jr. from Boston, Brian Higgins from Sandwich, Brian Loughran from Canton, Brian Wanless, retired Canton Police Department, Bridget Meehan, keeper of the records in Canton, Caitlin Albert from Easton, Charles Ray, a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department, Chief of Police of Canton, Helena Rafferty, Chris Van E., PhD from Novi, Michigan, Christina Hanley from the Massachusetts State Police, Christopher Albert, Canton, Christopher Curran, Canton, Colleen Crawford from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in Canton, Colin Albert from Canton, Courtney Proctor from Canton, Kurt Roberts from Canton, Daniel Whitley from the Canton Fire Department, Daniel Wolf, PhD from Penns Park, Pennsylvania, Derek Ellington from Wake Forest, North Carolina, Dr. Marie Russell from Los Angeles, Dr. Elizabeth Loposada from Providence, Elizabeth Proctor from Canton, Eric Hanlon, Canton, Erin Beatty, Canton, Erin O'Keefe, West Bridgewater, Francis Walsh from the Canton Fire Department, Darren Wing from Green Cove Springs, Florida, Gary Fowler from Brockton, Gregory Woodbury from the Canton Fire Department, Gretchen Voss, Boston, Mass., Hannah Knowles from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, Heather Maxon from Walpole, Arabito Hernandez from the Boston Police Department, Holly Price from Mountain View, California, Ian Whiffen from Vienna, Virginia, Dr. Irene Scortibello from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Massachusetts, James Crosby, Master's, PhD, from Jacksonville, Florida, Jason Becker from the Canton Fire Department, Jean DeMulis from Canton, Jennifer McCabe, also Canton, Jessica Hyde from Bridgeport, New York, John O'Keefe Sr. from Braintree, Judson Welcher, PhD, from a company called Aperture, LLC, Julie Albert from Canton, Julie Nagel from Canton, Dr. Justin Rice from South Weymouth. There's a juvenile whose initials are KF from Canton, and there's another juvenile whose initials are PF, also from Canton. Caitlin Boudreau from Raynham, Karina Kolakithis from Canton, Katie Camerano, also Canton, Katie McLaughlin from the Canton Fire Department, keeper of the records for Ring from Hawthorne, California, Kerry Curran from Canton, Kerry Roberts, Canton, Kevin Albert, Canton, Kevin O'Hara from the Massachusetts State Police, Lance Mello from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, Laura Sullivan from Pembroke, Laurie Cahill from Worcester, Leslie Pearlstein from Canton, Lieutenant Michael Lank from the Canton Police Department, Louis Jutras from Canton, Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police, Lieutenant John Fanning from the Mass State Police, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher from the Canton Police, Maggie Gaffney from Bonita Springs, Florida, Mark Lopolito, Lopalato, from Canton. Margaret O'Keefe from Canton. Marietta Sullivan from Pembroke. Mary Souza, Dighton. Matthew Amory from Canton. Matthew DeSogra from Charlotte, North Carolina. Matthew Erickson from Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan. Matthew Kelly, Canton Fire Department. Matthew Kelsch, the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Matthew McCabe from Canton. Maureen Harnett from the Mass State Police Crime Lab. Megan Mariani from New York, New York. Michael Camerano from Canton. Michael Easter from Los Angeles, California. Michael Trotta, Canton Public Works Department. Michael Wagner from Foxborough. Mike Maroli from Bridgewater. Mike Rushworth from Thompson Station, Tennessee. Natalie Week Berschneider from San Marino, California. Nathan Reed from Raynham. Nicholas Bradford from Lorton, Virginia. Nicholas Curran from West Roxbury. Nicholas Kolakithis from Canton. Nicole Albert from Norwood. Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey. Officer Kelly Deaver from the Boston Police Department. Officer Nicholas Barrows from the Dighton Police Department. Patrick Haggerty from Somerset. Paul Makowski from Melrose. Paul O'Keefe from Canton. Rebecca Bison from Canton. Rebecca Treyers from Norfolk, Mass. Dr. Renee Stonebridge from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner's Office in Boston. Richard Green from St. Beach, Florida. Richard Donatino from Canton. Robert Gilman from Hull. Ryan Nagel from Canton. Sarah Levinson from Canton. Sergeant Brian Gallerini from the Needham Police Department. Sergeant Sean Good from the Canton Police Department.
Do they have the whole damn town coming in to testify? Good Lord, her list is going on forever and ever.
Sergeant Paul Giampietro from the Canton Police Department. Sergeant Yuri Buchanan from Massachusetts State Police. Shannon Burgess from South Lake, Texas. Cheryl Waugh from Canton. Sophie Herzan from the Mass State Police Crime Lab. Stephanie Devlin from the Mass State Police Crime Lab. Stephen Mullaney from the Canton Police Department. Steve Nelson from the Norfolk DA's office. Steve Bernstein, who is a keeper of the records in Stoughton. Stephen Ridge from the Boston Police Department. Stephen Seraph from the Canton Police Department. Stephen Scanlon from West Roxbury. Terry Kuhn from Davis, California. Tess Chart from Lorton, Virginia. Thomas Beatty, Canton. Thomas Kelleher, Canton. Thomas Martin, Weymouth. Timothy Nuttall from the Canton Fire Department. Tristan Morris from Easton. Trooper Connor Key for the Mass State Police, also from the Mass State Police. Trooper David DeChico, Trooper Evan Brent, Trooper Jeffrey Kostowski, Trooper Joseph Paul, Trooper Kathleen Prince, Trooper Michael Proctor, Trooper Nicholas Garino, Trooper Zachary Clark. Wendell Robery from Canton, William Reed from North Dighton. That's the list of witnesses, folks. So in a while, I'm going to ask you all if you know any of those folks. So as you can imagine, this case is expected to take a while. The lawyers tell me that once we get a jury, which may also take a while, once we get a jury, that it's estimated that the evidence in this case should take 6 to 8 weeks. We do our best to let you know in advance what we anticipate the length of trial will be. When we start the trial, we will go full days so that we can expedite the trial. The dates that I'm giving you, the 6 to 8 weeks, is the far end of what we expect this to be, just for planning purposes. So the days will begin at 9 o'clock. We'll take a recess at about 11 for 15 or 20 minutes. We'll go until 1. Lunch will be brought into you. We'll start up sometime around 2 and go till 4 o'clock or 4:30 every day. And there'll be days off here and there throughout the schedule, and perhaps half days throughout the schedule. So that's the schedule that we intend to keep. Now, it might help you if I give you a preview right now about some basic law that applies to criminal cases like this. It's my job to teach the jury the law, and I don't do that completely until the end of the trial. So for now, I'll give you a very brief summary of some of the legal principles that govern the trial. First, and most basically, the defendant starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. An indictment is merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring her to trial in the superior court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. Another important principle of law is that the defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that she is guilty. Under our system of law, a defendant has a perfect right to say to the Commonwealth, "You accuse me, now you prove it, and prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. I do not have to say a word." A defendant's decision whether or not to testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. The jury must not consider it in any way or even discuss it in their deliberations. Jurors in a criminal case must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. That brings me to the requirement of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs based solely on the evidence that has been put before the jury in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. A juror's job is to find the facts. In determining the facts, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe because you're entitled to rely upon both direct and circumstantial evidence. I'll define those terms in greater detail later, but direct evidence essentially is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with his or her own senses. Circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that is sought to be proved. Jurors are entitled to consider both kinds of evidence. There is no difference at all in the probative value between direct and circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is competent to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I've used the word inference. An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required, to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. An inference drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical, It must be a natural one which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess, you may not speculate or engage in surmise. When the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all of the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we are not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. We judges have the same problem, obviously, as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to stop making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of on unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you individually and as a group do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, I know that some of this may be confusing, and perhaps all of it's confusing at this early stage of the case. You'll certainly be in a better position to understand this at the end of the case when you've heard all the evidence and I can explain the law in detail. So don't be worried if you didn't catch everything I've said. Why am I telling you these things now? Because we need to know if you are able to follow the law in this case. You don't necessarily have to agree with the law, but all the jurors will have to apply the law as I describe it. So, for jury selection, it's important to know if any of you might have doubts whether you can accept and follow these legal rules. So I'm going to ask you questions in a few minutes, so if your answer is yes to any of my questions, please raise your hand. Before we begin, though, I understand that sometimes jurors do not fill out the juror questionnaires completely, that sometimes we are in a rush to send them in, or sometimes we don't think that our situation applies to the question that is asked. If the lawyers and I notice that the questionnaire appears to be incomplete, we may ask you to answer the question for us. Also, if you know now that you failed to include information on the questionnaire, for example, a work history, prior involvement with the court, whether as a party in a case, a witness, or a juror, please let us know. So while you're taking out your cards, I will see counsel and Chief Rosen, juror number 79 too, and counsel at sidebar, please.
So is this going to be like the whole thing that you're going to go to each juror and call them over and ask them some questions? Is that the one she's just starting with? Sidebar. Okay. How long does the sidebar last? Not long. What was that all about? Was that one particular juror? Was there an issue? No sound yet.
And the court officers will.
Okay. We'll wait for it to come back to the sound here.
So now I have questions that I'm going to ask you, and the court officers will read your number. So if you have that card, and hold it high, please. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member know, or have you had any prior dealings with any of the witnesses whose names I've read? Please raise your hand.
96, 96, 32, 32, 59, 59, 3, number 3, number 83, 83.
Juror number 46, 46.
Juror number 90, 90.
All right, thank you.
Well, that was quite a few people that knew the people. I was wondering about that because I'm like, it's, the town, considering the population and all the things. There was a long witness list, so there's quite a few jurors that did know some of those players. Thank goodness there's a whole lot more to choose from, right? The police outside the courthouse are amped up. They are ripping stickers off people and threatening. Are people out there doing their demonstrations, Pokemon? I guess they usually do. I'd like to pull up some local news feeds and see what we can see about that, because I don't know if I want to sit through all this jury selection stuff. I'll be honest with you, it may bore me to death. The instructions are always important to me. Any questions the jury may have and things like that, but a lot of it's standard stuff. Hang on.
Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member know, or have you had any prior dealings with the lawyers in this case or with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office? I see no affirmative responses. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member have any financial or other personal interest whatsoever in this case or its outcome? I see no affirmative responses. Has anyone seen, heard, or talked about this case? Please raise your hand.
Juror number 47, 47. Juror number 108, 108. Juror number 54, 54. Juror number 4. Juror number 7. Juror number 95, 95. Juror number 12, 12. Juror number 35, 35. Juror number 2. Juror number 107, 107. Juror number 41, 41. Juror number 46, 46. Juror number 24, 24. Juror number 97, 97. Juror number 23, 23. Juror number 99, 99.
Juror number 25, 25. Juror number 90, 90. Juror number 92, 92. Juror number 91, 91. Juror 106. Juror number 101. Juror number 68. Juror number 65. Juror number 105. Juror number 60. Juror number 115, 115. Juror number 76. Juror number 66. Juror number 85.
Juror number 57, 57. Juror number 6. Juror number 96, 96. Juror 109. Juror 113, 13. Juror 73, 73. Juror 31, 31. Juror 32, 32. Juror 111, 111. Juror 88. Juror 53, 53. Juror 110. Juror 59, 59. Juror 40, 40. Juror 94, 94. Juror 3. Juror 86, 86. And juror 62, 62. Juror 84, 84. Juror 112, 112. Juror 64, 64. Juror 82, 82. Juror 19, 19. Juror 77. Juror 17, 17. Juror number 75, 75. Juror number 38. Juror number 43. Juror number 29. Juror number 87. Juror number 28. Juror number 56. Juror number 113. Juror number 36. Juror number 98. Juror number 83. Juror number 72. Juror number 14. Juror number 42. Juror number 78. Juror number 18. Juror number 67. Juror number 37. Juror number 69. Juror number 63. And juror number 22.
Juror number 30, 30. And juror number 45, 45.
Okay, thank you. Have any of you folks expressed or formed any opinion with respect to this case? If so, please raise your hand.
Juror number 108, 108. Juror number 7. Juror number 95, 95. Juror number 107, 107. Juror number 2. Juror number 35, 35. Juror number 80. Juror number 97, 97.
Juror number 90, 90. Juror number 91. Juror 106. Juror 101. Juror 105. Juror 60. Juror 115, 115. Juror number 66. And juror number 85.
Juror 109. Juror 73, 73. Juror 86. Juror number 3. Juror 94. Juror 40. Juror 59. Juror 53. Juror 84. Juror 112, 112. Juror 64. Juror 82. Juror 77. Juror 17, 17. Juror number 75. Juror number 43. Juror number 29. Juror number 28. Juror number 113. Juror number 36. Juror number 18. Juror number 37. And juror number 22.
All right, thank you. Are any of you folks aware of any bias or prejudice that you may have in regard to this case or in favor of or against either of the parties? If you believe that you might have a bias, please raise your hand.
Juror number 25. Juror number 8. Juror 90. Juror 91. Juror 101. Juror 105. Juror 65. Juror number 60. Juror number 115, 115. Juror number 66. And juror number 85.
Juror number 17. Juror number 38. Juror number 36. Juror number 37. Juror number 3.
All right, thank you.
So that was like 17 that they felt would be biased.
Thank you. Do any of you folks have any difficulty hearing or any problem with understanding the English language, any physical or mental condition, or any religious or philosophical beliefs that would interfere with your ability to hear the evidence in this case, to understand the evidence, to concentrate during the trial, or to deliberate for the purpose of reaching a verdict? If so, please raise your hand.
Juror number 95, 95. Juror number 8.
Juror 101, 101. Juror number 65. Juror 105.
Juror number 13, juror 31, 31. Juror 75, juror 36, juror 98.
Juror number 33, 0.
Okay. Would any of you folks have any difficulty following the concepts that I've described? First, that the burden of proof rests entirely with the Commonwealth. Second, that burden of proof is proof.
Right, Forrest, still, why would it take that darn long? We were talking about that when we started the live. It takes normally 3 to 5 day process, and they were saying this morning that this one could take up to 3 weeks. And I was like, well, damn. And then we kind of briefly went over the preliminary jury questionnaires that were released. But yeah, so she's like going through the preliminary stuff now, and they got to narrow it down, and like get down to the nitty gritty what they're going to really ask them from each side. But goodness, that's a lengthy process, and I'm not sure if I'm down to watch that whole thing. We're just going to ask them all those same. The jury instructions to me were the most important. Yeah, so she's just going to ask standard stuff. So that was the gist of that. I'll be glad when the process is over, right? And they get on with it. They're like, they don't even have cameras over there in Lori's jury trial. Selection got underway today, officially. I think it did yesterday, actually. Yeah, they did, because they had the courtroom closed for the morning, and then they did the open session. And that's when we found out, well, Nate's motion was heard. And as most of you know, Nate was allowed in. The judge struck him from the defense witness list because Lori couldn't back up anything she was saying as far as needing him to possibly testify in the event someone he interviewed testifies and then contradicts their own testimony with whatever they told him in an interview. And the judge said the same thing I said. Well, they can just pull the interview and see it that way. They don't have to have Nate actually as a witness to talk about it. So for now, and the judge ended up telling her, well, go and talk to him. Your investigator has the right to talk to him. So don't know if they'll actually reach out to Nate or not. But he is allowed to be in the courtroom now. So we all know she had her ulterior motive for wanting to keep Nate out to begin with. She was just really big mad at him and has been from the beginning. Okay, so we got caught up on Karen Reed. We know that what was going to be allowed in as far as the third party culprits, the 2 who are in and the 1 who is out. The son there, Colin. I guess let them get through this darn jury selection process, and then they'll start this trial. So it's going to be, if it's going to take about an estimated 2 weeks, right, Pokemon? So we're talking 2.5 weeks for this trial even actually gets underway. Hopefully Lori's don't take to no more than the end of the week, and we can start her trial, by the beginning of the week at the latest, hopefully. Yeah, she big mad about that. She's like, you're the one that tracked me down. I don't like you. She probably tried to get rid of him in her portals and stuff too. It just didn't work. She probably tried that for a really long time. Okay, so let me see what I needed to pull up. What we were going to take a look at with Lori. With Nate first. Now, he dropped like a 1, 2, 3 part thing of his courtroom insider. Then he kind of put out the whole one. I saw that a little later. I was like, well, okay. Broke it down into chapters or parts for us, and then went into the longest one. Part 1, I think, is this not as long. You know what I mean? It's like watching the whole thing. It was a good show. I encourage you guys to watch all of it, but we'll go over this. Let me get it to the beginning, though, because he's got that little countdown thing going on. Okay. We'll bring this up. Thank you, Nate, for sharing with us, and we're going to preview it here. Let me do one thing real quick. Okay. Like I said, if you guys have hung out with us yesterday, you know we went back in for that motion hearing that was held, and Lori got all feisty and spicy and salty and all the things. She was like, gonna go at it with the judge for a little bit there. So let's play this from last night after Nate was out of the courtroom and all the good things. He did come out with this, so we'll take a look at this.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here. This is Courtroom Insider. My name is Nate Eaton, coming to you live from Phoenix. Today is the last day of March 2025. 1 year ago today, we were in Idaho getting ready for Chad Daybell's trial. 2 years ago today, we were in Idaho, Boise, getting ready for Lori Vallow Daybell's trial, her first one. Now here we are in Arizona. It's the first day of jury selection. I feel like it's been a week. I feel like I've been here a week. A lot happened today. There's so much to go through. We're going to try to fit it all in, or most of it at least that we can. Would love to hear where you're watching from in the comments below. And if you have any comments or questions, please put them below. Peggy, our moderator, is keeping track of that. I normally dress a little down for this to be more casual, but I'm wearing my tie tonight because justice prevailed, I believe, in not having me testify. And I wore this tie today that I'll tell you in a minute. I bought it this morning on the way to court because I realized I forgot one. But we'll get into that a little bit later. We have a lot to talk about tonight. As I said, jury selection, and Lori Vallow Daybell is fired up. You could say we have the clips. She did not hold back today during court. I'll play some of those for you tonight as we get going. Here's what we're going to talk about. Jury selection beginning. It's actually pretty rapid, pretty quick this morning. Lori speaks her mind during the hearing this afternoon. And the witness debate over yours truly. Will I be a witness? Will I not? The good news is I won't, but I'll play you some of the footage, the video from the arguments this afternoon. And honestly, I will tell you, I was surprised to hear why Lori wanted me as a witness. And actually, I could see her line of thinking where it might make sense. And well, we'll get into that. And also she said that she did not file me as a witness to keep me out of the courtroom. She hadn't even thought of that. And I think I believe her. I don't know if she thought that far ahead, but we'll talk about that in a minute. We're also going to talk about the judge ruling on a bunch of other motions. All those motions we went through last week here on Courtroom Insider, which you can go back and watch. Last minute motions that Lori filed, the prosecution responded. A couple of motions that the prosecution filed. We'll go through those. I'll let you know how the judge ruled. We will remember Charles, and for some reason I'm missing a gap there. We'll have shout outs, cities, and your questions, and Rachel Smith. How could I forget that? I did that out of order. She is here. She has some fascinating things to say. She, of course, was the special prosecutor in Lori Vallow's first trial in Idaho. She also helped with the Chad Daybell case up until a few months before it actually went to trial. And she has some really fascinating things to say, including the observation that we should all pay attention to when it comes to male jurors, men on the jury, and some inside strategy that the prosecution in Idaho had Lori taken the stand. So we'll get into all that. I really think you're going to enjoy it, hopefully. I hope that's why you're here. Okay, jury selection. Let me run through what happened this morning. I'm going to move myself down in that far corner. The judge, what happened was a bunch of people in Maricopa County, population 4.5 million. That's not just adults, that's everybody's got questionnaires through email. And they filled those out last week. And a lot of them were returned, or the majority of them were returned, I guess. And what the judge did is he said, okay, juror number 1526 noted that they have seen media coverage and they can't be fair. I recommend that they should be struck for cause. The prosecution would say, we agree. Lori Vallow Daybell would say, I agree, and then they would strike them. Then others that didn't get struck remained. And 52 passed today, which is not bad, considering. So 52 made it through. This, by the way, this was all done in like 2 hours, or an hour and a half. I mean, they really moved this morning. In-person voir dire will begin tomorrow. So what they're going to do is those 52 people will come in to the courthouse and they will be questioned one-on-one. They will file in the courtroom, and the judge has said that every seat in that courtroom is going to be needed. So there's a chance we may not get in. Now, there is a media room at the back that I'm going to try to sneak in. Not sneak in. I have the right to. It's a media room, so I can go in there. It's just a dark room that's.
They're, I don't know, planning on testifying about. None of them have personal knowledge of any kind of crime. So
The state's not saying they have personal knowledge of a crime. They have personal knowledge of things that may lead a jury to infer some sort of premeditation or motive. So what information is that? Let me ask the state. Or what's your offer of proof on why they're relevant?
With regards to Christina Atwood, she is a person who was present when the defendant was speaking about the victim being possessed, which goes to, again, the motive of this as well as the premeditation, and those statements were made months in advance of the actual murder. With regards to Nancy.
So that's going to be offered as some form of admission from the defendant.
So that would be admission by party opponent, and that's personal knowledge.
Did you say that was Nancy Jo Hancock?
So that was Christina Atwood.
Christina Atwood.
Nancy Jo Hancock is the last person that saw the victim alive prior to that. What she knew about this was hearsay, but her statements to the victim of what he should do were her understanding and expression to the victim that he should tell the defendant that he had changed the life insurance policy to stop all of this from going on. So she both sees him the night before, is aware that he's there, and then she makes statements to him regarding what he should do.
Okay, and then?
Kay Woodcock is the person who actually obtained the life insurance policy, which the state is alleging is part of the motive. And she also has information relating to the victim himself. There are allegations, again, of the self-defense, the use of a baseball bat, so she can provide background on the victim in that area as well.
All right. Do you want to have further argument?
Just the fact that this information that is supposed to be coming forward is not. All these witnesses are getting together and talking about all this and comparing all their notes and all these things beforehand, and then they're telling us that in these interviews. Well, I talked to her 100 times. Well, I talked to her every day. Well, she told me this. Well, she told me that. So their information is not firsthand. These witnesses are all coming together. They're all watching everything that goes on TV regarding this, and I would like them all precluded.
Okay, well, you're always allowed to cross-examine a witness about any biases they may have about those things that you've just talked about, colluding with other witnesses. Those are all areas of ripe for cross-examination, but they're not bases to preclude a witness. The court finds that, based on the state's avowal, that those three specific witnesses do have some minimal, although very limited, relevant information to provide and could be helpful to the jury in understanding the case. So the court will deny the motion to exclude the state's witnesses. Again, this ruling doesn't preclude you from any objections you may have to if they're testifying to hearsay or something like that.
Okay, so denied for Lori Vallow Daybell. Kay and the other two will be taking the witness stand. Now, the other motion, and I hope this is the last time we'll talk about this, was to have me struck from the witness list. And I learned this morning around 8 o'clock that there was going to be this 1:30 hearing and that I may need to speak, but our attorney said he could speak. For those just getting up to speed on this, a few weeks ago, Lori Vallow filed a list of witnesses that she wanted to testify on behalf of the state, on behalf of the defense. That's problematic because as a witness, you're not allowed to be in the courtroom to hear other witnesses. It would stop me from reporting the news and basically put a gag order on me. Plus, I have nothing to testify about, nothing to witness. I filed a motion last week. We hired counsel here in Arizona to file a motion. He specializes in media law. He's done a lot of high-profile work. He represents the local media here. He filed a motion, and he showed up today to argue on our behalf. I realized as I was leaving for the courthouse this morning, I'm like, I should probably be in a tie, and ideally, I would have a jacket, a suit jacket, which I didn't bring with me. I meant to bring a tie and forgot. I forgot about a belt. I mentioned that this morning, and a kind viewer out there sent me a promo code to get a free belt, so thank you. And I was like 9 o'clock, and like clothing stores aren't open at 9. Macy's or Ross opens at 9:30, I learned. Anyway, I ran into Walmart. And thank you, Walmart, for the $10 tie. I will keep this tie forever. It's my good luck tie because the judge ruled in my behalf. I'm going to play a little bit of the back and forth about why Lori wanted me as a witness, which was interesting to hear, and the judge's response. I will be honest, I thought for a second there he might grant her motion either in part or in full. And I was a little worried because my colleague Nate Sunderland had to take the stand in a trial last December, just a few months ago. It was a civil trial between two businessmen, and our reporters' phone calls were subpoenaed, and one of them was played in court. And our managing editor, Nate, had to go to this trial and testify. He also was not allowed to be in the courtroom at all, except for that testimony. So I was a little worried, like, oh no, what if the judge does, throw her a bone and say, okay, Nate can testify, or Nate can be your witness. Anyway, here is how that played out this afternoon.
Is there a Mr. Eaton here appearing?
Your Honor, Matthew Kelly, I represent Mr. Eaton.
Okay. You filed a motion over the weekend. Mr. Eaton or someone that he works with filed a motion. Mr. Eaton was, let's address that now while we have people here. Mr. Eaton was listed as a witness by the defendant. Mr. Eaton apparently is a reporter in Idaho, and based on the filings, believes he doesn't have any relevant information and shouldn't be listed as a witness. So let me ask the defendant, what relevant information would Mr. Eaton have? Why is he listed as a witness?
Well, I just got this last night, so I haven't had time to read all the things that he's claiming he doesn't. But there's several things off the top of my head that is relevant. Right now, one of the things is it's different now, right? Because he's had this off-the-record conversation with the prosecutor, and he's kind of made himself a witness. He's kind of made her a witness.
How so?
In the sense that if this is not prosecutorial misconduct, then one of them is going to have to testify and talk about how it's not.
Let's back up. How is he a witness to this trial? How does he have relevant information? Relevant information means a witness has testimony that makes some fact in the case more or less likely. So how does he have relevant information for what this case is about?
Okay, so initially when I put him on my witness list, my intent is because I do not know what the state is going to put on in their case in chief. And so I was calling him as a witness for the purpose of impeachment, laying foundation for interviews, rebuttal to whatever that the state might put forth, because he has interviewed almost every single witness on their witness list. And if they were to say something contrary to what they said to him on a public thing, then I would use him to lay a foundation for interviews and for impeachment. So that was my initial, in calling him. I found it funny when I read the beginning of this. He says that it seems to be clear attempt by Mrs. Daybell to use the rules of criminal procedure as a pretext simply to keep me out of the courtroom and interfere with my ability to report. So I had to laugh at that because it hadn't even occurred to me that he wouldn't be able to be in the courtroom if he was a witness according to 615. So that wasn't my intention. It was never my intention to do that. It was just to have him on hand if we needed to do that.
All right. Mr. Kelly, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kelly, in theory, it sounds like if a witness said something different than they reported to Mr. Eaton at some point, I guess in theory she's right that Mr. Kelly could be called as a witness to impeach someone, but that's only allowed after the person's confronted with the actual statement that was made, and if they then deny that statement that was made. Do you have copies of his interviews and transcripts of interviews that you might want to impeach someone with?
I've been watching most of the interviews and I take my own notes, so yes.
So do y'all believe her that she just did it because, someone may impeach themselves, or did she have an ulterior motive to keep Nate out? It's a toss-up, right? Because she had a decent argument. The judge agreed, but he also agreed with me about, hey, can't you just play the darn videos? Welcome in, Flip-Flops. We're happy to have you in as usual. Pokemon. Oh, goodness. That the truth. You can't help it, right? This crazy lady.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, two things. One, excluding Mr. Eaton under Rule 615 would be a violation of his rights under the First Amendment to attend and report on this very public trial. But more importantly, Your Honor, if Mr. Eaton were to be called as a witness, the party calling him would have to comply with ARS 12-2214, which has very stringent requirements for subpoenaing and compelling the testimony of a journalist about information that journalist has obtained in the course of news gathering. As we state in our motion, we don't believe that there is any way that Ms. Daybell can meet those requirements, but if I would suggest that if she wants to call him as a witness, she would absolutely have to follow the requirements of the subpoena law, and we would then have an opportunity to challenge that. But we don't believe that there should be any reason for Mr. Eaton to be excluded from the courtroom.
All right. I'm just thinking through this problem. If a witness got on the witness stand and said something different in testimony than you saw on an interview with Mr. Eaton, you would then play that interview. You wouldn't even need Mr. Eaton to do the impeachment because you could impeach them with the interview by playing it for them in court or something like that. So now that I'm kind of thinking it through a little more, I'm not sure.
And I wouldn't need him to lay that foundation for the interview?
I'm really trying not to give you any legal advice because you are acting as your own attorney, but if the witness admits that's them on the interview and that's their statement, that is foundation. So
he's interviewed law enforcement, almost all the law enforcement that's going to be, up here on the stand. So it's not just witnesses, it's law enforcement.
Well, when I say witness, I mean generally any witness, regardless of their occupation. So I don't foresee, I see it in only the narrowest of situations where he could even be called to as an extrinsic person to testify about the impeachment. You'd have to jump through a number of hoops before that as far as presenting the witness what the statement is, and depending on whether they admit or deny that it's them on that video or interview or whatever the case may be that you're referring to. But I'm inclined to strike him as a witness at this time, allow him to be present if he so chooses in the trial. But then again, if you wanted him as a witness, you would need to subpoena him. But at this point, I'm going to strike him from the witness list and permit him to be in the courtroom. If there's a situation where you think something has happened during the trial where you think he should be called as a witness, I guess we'll cross that bridge when and if it comes. Okay?
We could just call him up from the back?
Well, we'll address it when and if it comes, yeah.
And Your Honor, I would ask that if that were to occur, that I would be notified and given a chance to appear and be heard.
Well, everyone will get a chance to be heard if we cross that bridge. I just don't see us crossing that bridge, but I could be wrong. So at this time, it's sort of striking Nate Eaton from the witness list. He can be present if he so chooses in the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The next one is legal advice to defense witness Nate Eaton. We've somewhat discussed that, but I think their motion, the state says that they simply notified him that he would need to be served with a subpoena to have to appear in court. So how is that improper?
It's taking her word for that that's what happened. She's not under oath saying that that's what happened. Nate Eaton's not here to testify that that's what happened. They're the only two parties that are there to say that that is what happened. So that is my problem with it. I would like for one of them to get on the stand and say exactly what happened in that conversation and that she wasn't giving him legal advice. How do we know that she wasn't? It's a very curious situation that he called her and then he writes in his motion this statement that obviously comes from Ms. K. She seems to be a clear attempt by Ms. Daybell to use the rules of criminal procedure as a pretext simply to keep me out of the courtroom and interfere with my ability to report. We also don't know if he told her, don't come to the March 18th hearing because that's when they're going to serve you with your subpoena. So all these things come from there and we don't know who's saying it, and you're just taking her word for it like you took her word for, oh, there's only 6 emails and there's no other emails. You're just taking her word for it as an officer of the court, and I think that she should have to be sworn in.
She was so fun. That whole right there, that exchange just cracked me up. I watched it again last night. I was like, she is just like going at him. It's like how do I know? How do I know? How do you even know the conversation happened, lady? How do you even know?
Well, you want me to just take your word for he must have gotten these things from Ms. K, okay? Just because his motion says he thinks that you're noticing him as a witness to keep him out of the courtroom? I don't know why you take the jump to that is coming from Ms. K as opposed to his own volition. He also hired an attorney that said the same thing. Even if she had said you need to be served with a subpoena to have to show up in court, that is not an ethical violation.
Well, giving legal advice is an ethical violation. Is that correct?
Stating what the law is not an ethical violation. she said, I don't think you should show up at court, even if you're subpoenaed or something like that, that could be an ethical violation, but we don't have that.
How do we know we don't have that? That's my question. How do we know what went on in that conversation if it wasn't recorded? Aren't witness
You can interview
interviews recorded?
him. You can interview Mr. Eaton. Your investigator can interview Mr. Eaton. So when and if you get that information from Mr. Eaton that something nefarious happened in that conversation, bring it up then. But you're jumping to conclusions. You have the right to interview any witness, okay?
Not a witness anymore because you just precluded him.
All right. You can interview him. You can have your investigator interview him.
Oh my God.
So even though he's not a notice witness now, we can still interview him and try to find this information because we can't get it now? Is that what you're saying?
Sure. Have your investigator call him. Ask him about the conversation. At this time, I'm going to, based on just the pleadings, I'm denying the motion to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct.
Okay. I don't know if I should respond. I have not interviewed one person on the prosecution's witness list except Kay Woodcock. I don't know where Lori is saying that I've interviewed all these people. I just pulled up the list to double check. I have not interviewed one of those people. On her witness list, I have interviewed Summer and Adam Cox. Okay, I did interview Adam Cox. You're right. He is on the prosecution's list. That's it. Furthermore, there was two motions there. One, strike me from the list, which happened, and then two, she's alleging prosecutorial misconduct because she says Trina Kay gave me legal advice on or about March 11th. That's the day I went to Arizona. I did not speak with Miss Kay at all. The following week on the 18th, there was another hearing. Lori says that maybe Trina told me not to come because I might get served at that hearing with a subpoena. That's not true. I simply didn't go because I had other plans and had gone the week before and couldn't come back 2 weeks in a row. But on the 18th, after that hearing, I did email Miss Trina Kay and I said, Trina, I'd like to talk to you off the record about this subpoena issue, me being on the witness stand. Do you have a minute to talk? She called me a few hours later and we talked. She did an interview with me as she would with any other witness. She said, we will count this as our interview. What knowledge do you have of the case? And a couple of other things. I then said, I hope that the judge precludes the witness list or I might need to hire an attorney. And she specifically said, I can't give you legal advice. I cannot give you legal advice as the prosecutor. But if you're on that list, even if you don't get a subpoena, you can't come in the courtroom. That's when, at East Idaho News, I worked with an attorney to prepare the notice that I filed. We hired legal counsel in Arizona. And I met and spoke with in person for the first time today, Trina Kay, in the hallway outside of the courtroom. That's it. So, just to clear the record, I was never given legal advice by the prosecutor. And also, I have never been contacted by Lori's defense team. I've told you before, I have spoken with Lori before all of this back and forth months ago. In fact, we were communicating daily. But I have not heard from her defense team. And I think they could find me if they needed me to. But also, I try not to give my opinion. Perhaps her defense team realizes that they should focus on other aspects of the case rather than trying to get me. Perhaps. Okay, that's it. That's all I want to talk about for that. So you can watch the whole hearing on our YouTube channel. But I mean, well, there's still more. Don't hang up yet. Don't turn off yet. There's still more. But I'm talking about me being as a witness. Some other motion rulings. So we talked about.
So Joe says that he's first in line to get into the courtroom at Lori's trial today to start her jury selection, but they still have a couple hours to go. They're like behind our time zone, my time zone. I was letting him know that it was kind of boring in the Karen Reed selection. He's like, I don't know if anything can be boring with Lori. And he's right? So I don't know if Joe has plans to go live this evening or not. I think he might for a recap of his take on what happened today. So you guys sub up to Joe and make sure you check out, keep an eye out for his notifications later. I'll ask him here in a sec if he's planning on going live. I'll let Nate talk a little bit more while I ask him that question.
About the juror question precluding me as a reporter, as a witness. I said as a reporter, I'm still a reporter, but I won't be a witness. The judge granted a motion by the prosecution to keep witness personal information private. For instance, if during the trial an email address is read out or a phone number or a social security number, we as the media need to block that and not get it out. Seems rational. Also preclude Lonnie Dworkin. This is Lori Vallow's expert who knows everything there is to know about cell phone data and gathering information and everything like that. Lori Vallow said that he hasn't had a chance to work on the case. And we're in jury selection. and that he was going to send over some sort of motion tonight to say what he found, some irregularity or something. The judge said, sorry, he's off. We can't have him come in. He said, I already gave you a continuance to get that information in. I gave you more time. He didn't send it in. He's gone. So he will not be testifying. Lori's one and only expert will not be testifying. Precluding Lori's witnesses. This, by the way, when I say preclude, it means exclude. The legal system has to make things confusing, or I should say the English language has to make things confusing. The prosecution said that Lori filed her witness list way too late. And because of that, none of those witnesses should be allowed to testify.
Look, Joe's responding to my text live. I love it. Welcome, Joe. Did you sneak in and me not see it? Oh, you did. There you go. Okay. I see you now. So, yeah, I was just explaining to them that you were there and you were like the first in line waiting to get in, and they hadn't started the proceedings yet. And I assumed that you would go live this evening with an update. So I told them I was going to message you and ask while this was playing. We were listening to Nate's response to yesterday's proceedings, you know, where the judge said, nope, Nate's in. Nate the Great is in, Lori, get over it, right? Welcome in, Joe. And thanks for being boots on the ground and enduring all that for us. We appreciate that. We'll look forward to your live tonight. We've already dropped your link in here. There it is again. So the link is in here, guys, for Joe's channel. If you haven't subbed up yet, go ahead and do so. Get your notifications on. So, because remember, we were reviewing a little bit of the Karen Reed proceedings this morning. The very beginning was very interesting to me. Then it got boring. But Joe, they don't have cameras there for Lori, so Joe can bring us an update on what went down in there today. So we appreciate that, Joe. Thank you. All right, we'll let Nate finish talking, because in a few minutes I want to start reviewing some of the more of the players in this Lori saga. That's what I'm going to call it.
Testify. And not only that, the prosecution is having a heck of a time trying to reach these witnesses. Some of them, they can't to this day, and the defense admits they can't either. So if the prosecution deserves the right to interview any of the defense witnesses, much like the defense can talk to the other witnesses on their list. And here's a little bit of the back and forth over the witness issue. There was so much sound here I could have pulled, but let me just play some of it.
Everyone I've spoken with has not been.
All right.
Your Honor, our subpoenas are with OPDS right now, and they should be being issued currently. You know, the state talks about in their response, like, the state is claiming trial by ambush from the defense. Trial by ambush. How is the defense trial by ambush when they have interviewed every single one of these witnesses before in the last 5 years since this case started? They've interviewed every single person that has been on there. They have written, transcripted interviews and video interviews of all of these people. And so how they are relevant, these witnesses will testify if and when they are needed to add additional facts or fill in the blanks that the state will no doubt leave out in their case in chief, and they'll be called accordingly. I need them to lay perhaps foundations for evidence presented by the state. The same with Lonnie Dorkin. I need his testimony will be required if and when it's necessary to rebut digital information that the state will bring forward during trial. I feel like the state is trying to say, okay, if you want your speedy trial, guess what? We're not going to let you defend yourself. Guess what? You can't have any experts. And guess what else? You can't have any witnesses. You can't have anybody speak in your behalf. So good luck. Have a nice day.
All right. Well, that's why attorneys sometimes take a long time to prepare for a trial, because they need to give notice of what all the testimony their witnesses are going to give. They need their experts to prepare reports. That's why your prior attorneys and your current attorneys were asking for more time to prepare the case. So you can't really have it both ways, that you want your speedy trial rights, but you don't want to give notice to the other side of what your evidence is.
Preach it and say it louder for all those in the back that don't understand that. These defendants waive their rights for speedy trials for a reason. Because, you know, we got to have all that time to prepare to show y'all I'm not the guy.
I don't not want to give notice to the other side, with the limitations at the incarcerated state where I am, and the limitations with OPDS of getting Lonnie Dorkin late in the game that they did. I've done everything in my power as a defendant to prepare the state and to give over everything that I could do within my power, with the limitations that I am an incarcerated person at this maximum security prison jail.
So when you say,
and I shouldn't be able.
Oh, she's an incarcerated person at that maximum security jail. Have you ever thought about why you're there, Lori? No. I'm just mad because I'm there.
To represent myself because of that fact? That negates my constitutional right?
I didn't say that. All right. I said that sometimes there are reasons to not go forward to trial as fast as you want. All right. So when you say things like they're going to fill in the blanks, that makes it really hard to assess what the relevant information is.
They have relevant information to a lot of factors that I got in the 404B information. For example, the life insurance. My father is a life insurance salesman. He worked with Charles on getting both life insurance policies, my $2 million policy and Charles' $1 million policy. He also tried to sell my insurance policy after Charles passed away. He also told me to go to call the insurance policy and said how to do that, how to call them when you're the beneficiary. I didn't know how to do any of those things. He has relevant information to that. My sister has relevant information to my brother, Alex Cox, and the whole situation of what happened on July 11th. These people have relevant information to the state's case, what they're accusing me of. There's very relevant information from a lot of these witnesses.
So what I'm struggling with is you just saying that it's relevant doesn't actually make it relevant. It may be relevant. I'm trying to find out the relevancy. What you said about your father being an insurance salesman and selling policies, that sounds relevant. It could be relevant to me. Who's your father? I don't know who your father is.
Barry Cox.
All right, Barry Cox. It sounds like even from what you're saying, though, you're not, depending on what the state produces at trial, you're not sure that these witnesses would have relevant information. It just depends, is what it sounds like.
Whatever they put up in their case in chief, am I not allowed to try to defend myself against that?
You're absolutely allowed. I'm just trying to figure out, I'm sort of a gatekeeper and I need to make sure witnesses have relevant information. And just like you have the right to interview all of the state's witnesses excluding victims' rights, people that can deny having an interview, they have the right to interview all your witnesses prior to trial so they can have an idea of what those witnesses might say on the witness stand.
I understand that, Your Honor.
So
they also have already interviewed all of them.
I'm not talking about police interviews or interviews that may have been done years ago. The prosecutor has the right to interview any witness prior to them taking the stand, just as you do. So I'm not sure the best way to handle this other than maybe we should take it up as we progress through the case, but
Your Honor,
some of these people may or may not be even served.
Yeah, my concern is obviously I have attempted to reach these people. I've made my good faith effort. I've been told both by myself and attempting to contact them, as well as the defense investigator, that they've been unable to reach them. So it seems to not be following the rules of procedure or evidence to then bring up later on if they perhaps find these people at some point, then the state can try to at that point preclude them. When the state talks about a trial by ambush, it is in fact that. When the defense investigator themselves cannot find these people and are still looking for them in trial when they've had at least, we'll say, 4 months to try to find them, I think that at this point, precluding them is proper.
Well, I would preclude anyone that doesn't submit to an interview with the state. I kind of want to punt this a little bit just because if there's people that don't end up getting served, don't end up showing up at court, they can't find, then we don't need to waste our time talking about whether or not those people have relevant information because they're not going to be here and they're not going to testify.
They might need to be a little concerned about where these people are. Like I said that yesterday, do we need to send out flyers? Hold a couple of live streams? Where are these people at? How'd they go missing? Why did they go missing?
So I'm putting the defendant on notice that if these witnesses aren't served, if they don't submit to interviews, they're going to be precluded. Even if they submit to interviews, I may have to make a determination whether their testimony's relevant or not. So again, we're going to, I think, have to cross that bridge when it comes. The state did say that they concede that some of the witnesses, Adam Cox, Janice Cox, Summer Shiflett, may have some minimally relevant information. The rest.
So I'm gonna stop there. There's so much more fiery stuff. You can go watch the whole thing on our YouTube channel when you have a minute. Remember, this is day 1 of jury selection. Normally, jury selection week is very slow. Like, you know, what are we going to talk about? Yeah, this juror made it through. This is not the case. And if this is a foreshadowing of the trial, we're going to have to make Courtroom Insider 3 hours every night because there's so much to talk about. So let me go real quickly. The rest of the motions that have been denied. Lonnie Dworkin was granted to get rid of him, not have him. preclude Lori's witnesses. The judge is going to take it on a case-by-case basis. The prosecutorial misconduct was denied. And one other one, Lori has felonies that she's been convicted of in other states. The question was, do you let the jurors know? The judge said this will only become an issue if Lori decides to testify. And if that happens, then the judge will decide at that point if Lori decides to testify, if all of her felonies should be revealed or just one or two. Because it can obviously, if a juror hears, holy smoke, she's been convicted of murder, her children, and her another woman, Tammy Daybell, that's an issue. It could change a juror's mind. That's everything that happened today in a 30-minute window. Let's get to Rachel Smith. This is a interview that I think you're really going to like. She gives us some insight into what to watch for at the trial. Remember, Rachel Smith has done over 100 or so homicide cases. She was a special prosecutor in Idaho in the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell cases. She's done death penalty cases. She knows her stuff. And here is that interview. Let's take it away. All right.
I previewed a little bit of this when last night of this lady. Like I said, he did like a 3-part drop last night, and I saw this one first for some reason, and so I was watching it, and I was like, she was really cool, like she had a lot of great insight. So we're gonna let some of this play if you guys don't mind. Thanks for those of you who are here helping. Shit, I can't even think straight this morning for some. It's like my Monday. What is today? Like it is I don't even know. It's a Tuesday. Feels like a Monday to me. Everything's off. So we'll watch a little bit of this.
All right, so Rachel Smith joining me now. Rachel, what questions do you hope are answered in this trial? Do you have any?
I think everybody's got a lot of questions that we would like to have answered in this trial. I really think, for me, I would love to see more information about exactly the planning that Lori and Alex did throughout, but especially targeting Charles, which is very different and wasn't the evidence offered in the Idaho cases. So I think we'll see some more evidence, more about Alex. In the Vallow case and even in the Daybell case in Idaho, there was discussion of Alex, but not a lot. I think this time we'll see much more about that relationship, that conversation between Lori and Alex, because that's part and parcel of Lori's conspiracy to kill Charles.
In Idaho, were you all somewhat limited on what you could bring in as far as the Arizona connection, or was it free reign?
We were limited, but we got in what we needed, and it's something called 404B, evidence of other crimes for some states. Same thing. You're only allowed to bring in evidence of unconvicted conduct or even convicted conduct if you can show the court that information is directly related to your case and the value to the jury is greater than the harm it can do. So we were limited. We got in what we needed to get in. We had the early hearing. The judge made the rulings. So a lot of the Arizona evidence that Trina Kay and the Maricopa County prosecutors have probably won't have been heard before, at least in court.
Interesting. And I mean, the 404B, you mentioned that during Lori Vallow's Idaho trial, Jim Archibald repeatedly objected to that because they obviously didn't want that brought in.
Yeah, there had been a motion filed in Lori Vallow's Idaho case and in Chad Daybell's case to admit the 404B. And that was one of those many hearings that were held outside the presence of the public and the jury, to people's frustration, I think. But the 404B hearings typically happen outside the presence of other people, because if the court says it doesn't come in, then he hasn't now publicized it. So there was a hearing ahead of time. It was probably a good day, maybe 3/4 of a day, going over the evidence that we would be allowed in from Arizona into the Daybell case and into the Vallow case. So some of the evidence we wanted in wasn't allowed in, not a lot, but in this case, you're going to hear some of the evidence we wanted in that the court said was just not necessary in Idaho.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's the type of hearing I would have loved to be in. All that. Okay, I want to talk about the prosecution's job in this particular case because Lori Vallow Daybell is representing herself. How does that change the game for a prosecutor?
Pro se cases are a prosecutor's worst nightmare. And I think that's counterintuitive sometimes to the public, but as a prosecutor, it
could be a walk in the park because they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, you think it is, but in reality, the appellate courts view it much more strictly. You want to make sure the jury doesn't think you're beating up on somebody. There's a natural sympathy, at least initially. I think Lori will wear that out pretty quickly with this jury, but there is a natural sympathy that goes on in a courtroom in front of a judge where the person's pro se. So the prosecutor has to walk that fine line between being a zealous and tough advocate and always appearing fair and always making sure that they are showing how balanced and even-handed. It's a little different handling objections when you've got opposing counsel. When you've got a pro se person who doesn't know how to do it, you have to be real careful on how you handle it. And trials always take longer. So in this case, you got an extremely experienced, highly competent prosecutor, a very experienced judge. And I think you're going to see a lot of patience and a lot of deference being shown Lori Vallow. And that's to protect the record, because the goal is to convict her and convict her once.
Fascinating. So you're saying that when the prosecutor has to decide whether to object or not on certain things that Lori Daybell might question or oppose, I mean, how do you weigh that when in the back of your mind, you clearly know she's going against the rules? Is it pick your battles, just kind of let it go, a mix of both?
Yeah, when a pro se defendant objects, I always just sit back and say, okay, is this really hurting me? Which is hard to suppress because most prosecutors are rule followers. And when it violates the rules, it bothers you. It's kind of like a situation where you just know it's wrong, but you have to let more go than you would normally let go. And you only do it if you think it's hurting you or if it's so egregious it could cause a reversal.
Have you ever seen a pro se defendant win?
I have not. I have not. What I have seen is courts of appeals scrutinize the trial judges very closely. This judge is a very experienced judge. The Maricopa team knows what they're doing. I think it may be frustrating to observers and listeners because it's going to feel like Lori's getting away with stuff. But it's really just people dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and making sure that there's no reason to send this back.
So for those of us watching, those viewers over the next few weeks that are like, why doesn't the judge get her in line? Why does he allow that? You're saying he really wants to protect himself and be careful as well.
Yeah, the court will work hard to protect the record, protect any outcome on the case. And that means they're going to show Lori a lot of patience.
Lori Vallow listed me on her witness list. And a lot of people have asked me the question, so can any defendant list anyone on their witness list just to simply keep them from attending their trials?
And they can, and defense attorneys do that as well. Oftentimes that's a tactic used to try to keep certain people out of the courtroom. In some states, they'll even put victims or their families on the list to try to make sure that they aren't in the courtroom. What recourse the witness or the other side has is to file a motion with the court and ask for either a public hearing or an in-camera conversation. Like Lori can go back into chambers with the judge and say, this specific thing I intend to try to elicit. And if they can satisfy the judge, then the witness is out of luck. If they can't satisfy the judge, then the person is allowed in the courtroom.
When you say in camera, I want to be sure our audience understands, because we've heard that term and people assume it means with a camera in the courtroom, but it doesn't really have anything to do with a camera.
No, it's that old English or Latin term, it meaning focused in private with the judge. So the person or their attorney will go into chambers, the judge will question them, or they'll make a statement, sometimes called an offer of proof. It's on the record, but the other side isn't in the room. And this way they don't have to reveal a trial strategy, but they do have to justify their actions to the court. So it wouldn't be atypical for a judge to require the person to come in.
Okay, so the people on the witness list, really it's up to the defendant to say this is why I may need them if the people on the witness list want to attend the trial or watch the trial. But I would imagine most of them just say, I'm not going to bother.
A lot of them say, or they don't have the means to fight it. Some witnesses just can't. Others are like, well, I didn't want to be there anyway. So sometimes they just throw in the towel and move and try to make sure that they can be available to testify and then come in later.
Have you ever seen a defendant list a journalist on their list?
Yes, actually. There was a journalist in Missouri who interviewed a defendant before a trial. He gave statements to the journalist, and then the journalist, of course, published some of that stuff and then withheld some of the statements, saying he would publish it after the trial by agreement with the defense. Well, the court allowed the prosecutor to subpoena the journalist, and the journalist had to turn over their notes. And the Supreme Court upheld it. So I have seen that happen. And it's usually when the belief is that a journalist has some sort of inside scoop.
Interesting. So if you were on this prosecution team, and I know that's a big if to say, because you don't know all the ins and outs and everything, but would there be a theme that you would come up with or some sort of message that you would constantly try to get in the minds of the jurors?
Yes, I would really focus the case on Charles and who was lost, that Lori's desire for money and glamour, such as it was through her new boyfriend, Chad, the author, cost Charles Vallow his life. And so the case rightfully will be focused on evidence in Arizona. In this case, I'd keep it narrow and keep it focused on Charles.
How much stuff from Idaho do you think will be brought in about the deaths of JJ and Tylee? The judge has already said he's going to put their names on the jury questionnaire. But will we hear a lot about the children's death and the horrible manner in which they were found, or is a lot of that going to be limited?
I think looking at the witness list that the prosecution put forward, you don't see a lot of you don't see the people from Idaho. You don't see the people on the list that would be the way to introduce that evidence. So I think we're going to have a very limited trial. There will clearly be some mention of it. There will clearly be some conversation about the scope of the conspiracy. But it is possible the judge will limit the vast majority of it because Charles' death occurred first, and the argument may be the evidence of the children is and Tammy is too prejudicial and not as probative as necessary. I suspect we'll see a very narrow trial given this witness list that was filed by the state.
What did you think of Lori's interview on Dateline?
Oh, Lori is that.
Isn't that crazy? What do you guys think about them not allowing things like that in? Like your past crimes, the 404B type stuff. Like in Idaho, they're not going to bring in the fact that Koberger stole his sister's phone at 16. Right? Like it's not relevant. It's not going to matter here. Both sides agreed they're not going to bring it up. The prosecution could have fought that. So they're not going to be talking much, about her past charges. I don't know. How do we feel about that? Do we think that should be a part of it, because it's going to establish a pattern for this woman, or is it too prejudicial? Or is it showing exactly what happened? I feel like that should be the case. Just show exactly what happened and let the cards fall where they may, almost, right? Sometimes your prior acts do lead up to your other acts.
That interview on Dateline was what I was secretly hoping would happen if she testified in her own defense in front of in Idaho.
Idaho.
Yeah, we had talked about having Rob Wood do the cross because that's, at least looking at all the videos, paying attention to the witness statements, seeing how she interacted with law enforcement consistently. That is what she did. She tried to flirt or charm or maneuver her way around the situation. And we were secretly hoping that's what would have happened in her trial in Boise.
And that's why you thought Rob can do it, to see if she kind of goes back and forth with him versus a woman?
Yeah. And there was also Rob just being of the same faith. There was some evidence based on her jail calls that she saw a special connection with Rob, which kind of you saw come out in some of the early motions filed by Mark Means. So Lori's connection and interaction with men is starkly different than her
That's super interesting because Lori's going up, against a female prosecutor in Arizona? That's going to be a good showdown right there, isn't it? Yeah, this is Lori's third trial. First one was for her, unaliving her two children, murder in those in Idaho. Then again with the Tammy Daybell, which was the wife of her boyfriend. Conspiracy in that case, she was charged with as well. And now she's been charged with conspiracy to commit murder of her then husband, which was actually shot by her brother. So we've been going through that for the last couple of days, trying to give you guys a backstory because, like I've said, I've followed the case since Nate started following the case back in the day when the kids went missing, and he tracked Lori down. So trying to get everybody caught up as to the basis behind the case and how we got here and why we're here. And she still has one more trial to go after this one for the conspiracy attempted murder on her then. Well, he was her niece's husband then. There's attempted murder on his life, Brandon Boudreaux. We're going to hear from his wife here in just a few minutes.
Interaction with women. So that Dateline interview was what we were secretly hoping would try to happen in Boise had she testified.
And she specifically requested Keith Morrison. She wanted on the #1 crime program, and she wanted him. Was any of her behavior surprising to you at all?
No, no. I really wasn't. What was surprising was how patient Keith Morrison was, because that would be extremely hard, knowing he followed it the entire time, like you, even before the children were even known to be dead. I can't imagine having to show that level of patience, but he did. And that behavior is what we really thought we would see out of Lori had she testified.
And do you think we'll see that behavior all throughout the next month and a half, if that's how long the trial goes?
Yeah, we do, because there were times during jury selection we could tell there were certain men she really wanted on that jury. And so it was just the way she behaved. I think you will see some of that. What will be interesting, and hopefully you'll be able to be in there and watch, and so you can tell us. She will, to see if she'll try to look at the guys and make eye contact and make connection.
I should text Joe, but he said he powered his phone down to save battery. He texted me a few minutes ago. Let's see what he said. He has been confirmed to be the first in line by the bailiff, and he is dropping out to save phone battery. So I'm going to text him and say, see if Lori's making eye contact with the male jurors. How is she interacting with those male jurors? Give us an insider. Here we go.
I don't think she'll be obviously flirty right away, but I will be fascinated to hear from you whether she follows through with that sort of pattern of behavior.
Yeah, I'll have to, pay close attention, because we'll obviously be hearing from her, I would imagine, versus, in jury selection in Idaho, it was mainly her attorneys we heard from. In fact, one of the jurors I spoke with after the fact who made it on the jury said she walked in the courtroom and thought Lori was one of the attorneys. She was dressed nice. She was there consulting back and forth with Jim and John. And then she realized on the first day of the trial, no, that's the defendant herself.
Wow.
So,
yeah.
Now that, you've been it's been 2 years, believe it or not, since that April 2023 trial with Lori. Has anything in your mind changed or stuck out to you as far as, what you experienced that whole time?
Oh, for me personally, or for
Yeah, you personally, or the case?
I've tried a lot of cases. I've handled a lot of homicides. This one has stuck with me in a way, and putting aside the media, because I haven't really been part of all of that. I've done a couple interviews with you, and I've answered questions for a couple people, but I haven't really lived with it probably the way Rob and Lindsay and Spencer and Tanya have locally. But for me, there will be times I will think about the case, or I received one of the wristbands, the remembrance bands from Kay and Larry, and I'll see that it's in my car, and I'll see that, and I think of them, and it sticks with me in a way that other cases haven't. The depravity of what a mom can do to her kids just really resonates. I'm not sure when that will go away. My daughter was about the same age as Tylee, so I can remember during going over and doing Dr. Christensen's testimony, and in the middle of it, I for whatever reason, I thought of my daughter. So that when you're a mom, when your kids are about the same age, that stuff just sticks with you.
Right. Do you have anything you wish you would have presented at the trial, or anything you wish you could have gotten in?
I would have liked to have gotten in more about Charles. I would have loved to have gotten in, but the judge absolutely made the right call. Would have loved to have gotten in some of her footage where she was manipulating the police during the request for a psych eval. But, in the end, it was Judge Boyce did a phenomenal job. It's one less issue that could, although she's waived appeals, that could have been raised on appeal. So the judge made the right call, but I would have loved to see that. I'll be hoping to see that in this trial. I think there's every reason for it to come in, and I would be very interested to see the jury's reaction to it.
I know a lot of us in the public say, oh, we wish we would have heard more of those jailhouse calls between her and Chad, or things like that, which I don't know how many of those. It appears the relevant ones were used, and you probably could have played those all day, every day, but to no point.
Right. Well, and you had to be careful in both trials, because this was really a team effort by Chad and Lori. They really, to me, they mutually manipulated each other and mutually manipulated others. So playing too many of those phone calls, while interesting, you risk the idea that they would see some sort of power dynamic by Chad against Lori, or Lori against Chad.
I bet. I can so agree. I can see that 100,000%. Who was really in charge there, right?
Kennedy, I was surprised that the defense didn't use some of them.
Oh.
So I was surprised that the defense didn't use more of some of those calls between Chad and Lori to make it look like Lori just, was manipulated by Chad.
All right. My thanks to Rachel Smith. If you missed any of that interview, apparently it cut out again. The computer I use.
Okay. Thank you, Nate, for your update and your follow-up about your little court endeavors there. Oh, you're welcome, Flip-Flops. Yeah, it's a lot to get caught up when you're trying on a trial that's about to happen, especially if a lot's went on, like backstory-wise. So, Joe's gonna do his best to keep an eye out on those things about Lori. What that prosecutor said was interesting, so I was like, dude, check out how she interacts with that juror, with those potential male jurors. Guys, let me get my screen ready here. Okay. As I told you guys yesterday, her brother has a podcast. Oops. Let me get this to the beginning. Stop. Okay. So her older brother, Adam Cox, he has a YouTube channel. And I had dropped the link yesterday. I have to go back and find it again and drop it again. But anyway, Adam has a YouTube channel along with their uncle. He and Lori's uncle, and they talk about Lori, of course, and their younger brother, Alex, who is the one who actually shot Charles Vallow. So thought it'd be interesting to play this. This is the phone call that Adam had with a detective after Charles was shot and killed by Alex. And so Lori is on trial now for the conspiracy to commit the murder of Charles. And her brother claimed that he shot him in self-defense. There's body cam footage out there of that if we can review. But so Alex rather, says that he, shot Charles in self-defense. Immediately after that happens, Lori takes the two kids and she leaves, goes to Burger King, gets JJ breakfast, takes him to school, swings back by the Walgreens, grabs her some new flip-flops. She and Tylee head back to the house. By the time she gets back, police are there. But it took Alex, 41 minutes, 43 minutes to call 911. So if you just shot somebody in self-defense, why the hell are you going to wait over 40 minutes to call the authorities? And if your brother just shot your husband in self-defense, are you about to leave the house? I can understand her wanting to get the kids out of there and all that good stuff, but the extra stuff you went and done as well? No, I don't get it. So anyway, here's Adam's phone call with the detectives. Let's see. Chandler, because there's a couple of different agencies involved. So this is with the Chandler Police Department.
And obviously I was assigned the death investigation. I'm just trying to get, I guess, any type of insight that you might have.
Yeah. There's a lot there. About maybe a year or two ago, Lori started reading some books and near-death experience books and started saying some weird things. Yeah, I don't know if you know a lot about the LDS religion, but we're LDS, and so she started, I think, listening to podcasts and some people who were LDS and now have been excommunicated from our church.
Okay.
And so she started following them, and And then she started saying some really weird things. And my son moved there and was living with her and Charles.
Okay.
And he heard some of the same weird things that I did. And so some of those things were that she, talks to Jesus in the temple, and she's married to Moroni, and she's not married to Charles anymore, and that she has a higher priesthood than the rest of us, and just some things that were alarming to me. And because I told her that I thought those were alarming, and she goes, "You think I'm crazy, don't you?" And I was like, "I don't know if you're crazy, but none of that makes any sense to me." And after I told her that, she cut me off, and me and her were closer than anybody in the family.
Okay.
And she just stopped talking to me altogether. I haven't talked to her in over a year and a half.
Okay.
And then she cut off some of my family from communication as well when they thought that she was saying some things, and she just went off into some other tangent. And so she's with another group that is called Preparing for the End or something like that. But the things that caught me that were shocking was her telling Charles that Charles is dead, and she knows that there was another guy named Ned that was living in Charles's body, and he was an inch shorter, and that Charles couldn't fool her anymore because he was an inch shorter.
That is the first time I ever heard her claim that Ned was shorter than Charles, which caused Charles' body to shrink by an inch. And that's how she confirmed it. Like, Ned didn't come out at you, Lori, and confirm it in that way? I mean, you wow. How she know Ned was an inch shorter? Did he tell her?
It was really alarming to me that she said Charles was dead and that some guy named Ned was living in her body. She talks about people having dark spirits that she can see, and she knows who has dark spirits and when there's dark spirits around, and just a lot of crazy stuff. And so when I told my family, I was like, "Look, I'm really concerned about Lori. I think she needs to go to a psychiatrist, or something needs to be had." And my mom and dad had told me, they said, "Well, she's disconnected from reality because that's the only reality that she feels she can live in, and she's not hurting anybody." And when they told me that, I was like, okay, well, maybe I'll just stay away. I won't try to confront her, because Charles, for about a year, or after they got divorced or were going to get divorced, called me and saying, "I'm telling you, your sister has gone off the deep end." And I said, "What?" So he told me all the things that she had told him, and he would just call me sobbing, crying, because he didn't have the same wife anymore, didn't have the same Lori. And my whole family cut him off because Lori told them, "Do not talk to Charles." Okay. And I was the only one that took Charles's phone calls, and I live in Kansas.
Gotcha.
And I felt bad for Charles. And so I said, "Charles, I'll do what I can to help, but Lori won't talk to me because she thinks I think she's crazy." So anyways, through all this, Charles said, "Well, something has to be done," because she thinks that she talked Melanie, who's our niece, and she's part of this group now where they go and they're preparing for the end of the world or something. And so she's got her on this, and then she said that her husband was gay, that she went to the temple and prayed about it, that he's gay, and Brandon is not gay. So Melanie left Brandon and just divorced him, and Lori said, "Oh, yeah, I prayed about it, he's gay." So Brandon was upset that Lori's interfering with their life. So Charles.
And now remember who he's talking about there, Melanie and Brandon, is Brandon Boudreaux, the one she's up for on the next trial for the attempted murder.
Also told me Lori is ruining people's lives by just, saying stupid, crazy things. And so he goes, "Something's got to be done." So he wanted me to fly out there and meet with the stake president, because I know their stake president in our church. And I said, "All right, I'll go out there and meet." And he says, "I'll just put you on my miles and I'll fly you out there, but don't tell Lori or tell your family that I'm flying you out there, or Lori will run. She won't talk to you." And I was like, okay. So I flew out to Arizona, and I stayed with my mom and dad, and I told them that I got the airline tickets from my wife, Nicole, that she put it on her points, right? So while I'm there in Arizona, I'm at my mom and dad's house, and Charles was supposed to go pick up JJ on Thursday morning. Well, he texts me like at 7:30 in the morning, and he said, Alex is here. And back up a little bit, on Tuesday, I called Alex and I said, hey, because me and Charles was getting my ticket. I said, hey, I'm coming to Arizona. Him and I used to spend time together, and he comes out here. He's a truck driver, and he's also sucked into Lori's whatever she tells him. He believes, and so he's listening to all these podcasts, and he's fallen into whatever she says. He's all about it. And so I said, look, I'd like to spend some time with you. How about if I spend the night at your house instead of mom and dad's house? He said, yeah, I'll go buy a mattress and a blow-up mattress. So you can stay in in my room, in one of his bedrooms. And I said, oh, that'd be great. So I get in on Wednesday, and I called Alex, and he never answers the phone or returns any of my calls. And I thought, that's really weird. So I spent the night at my mom and dad's that night, and I asked him, I said, well, what are you doing home? He goes, I took this week off. I said, well, why'd you take the week off? He goes, I don't know, I'm just working around the house. And usually when my brother takes a week off of vacation, he goes to Colombia to be with women. Okay. So I thought it was very strange that he took a whole week off just to hang out at his house. I said, that doesn't make any sense. So when Charles texts me, Alex is here, I said, that sounds weird. Why is he at Lori's house? I said, be on the lookout or something. They could be up to something. And Charles texted me back, absolutely. So next thing I know, Charles would call me and text me all the time, like during the week. And I was the only one that would talk to him. And I felt, he just was distraught over this whole thing with Lori. So Thursday, after he texted all that, I drove my mom and dad to the temple and dropped him off in car, and I went and got my son, and we hang out. And I didn't hear from him all day Thursday. And I thought, well, that's really weird. So I called. I think I either texted him or called him, and he didn't answer. And then on Friday, same thing. I called him, texted him, and I said, it's just so weird that I haven't heard from Charles. I wonder what's wrong with Charles. And where is he? What's he doing? I haven't heard from him. And that whole day went by. Well, Saturday, me and my son went to Tucson to hang out with my friend Eric. So as we drove to Tucson, I thought, I have a really bad feeling in my stomach. Like, what would happen if Charles went in? And I literally told this to my son, and then when I got to Tucson, I told this to my friend. I said, what if Alex and Lori did something to Charles? And because he doesn't have his phone, and he's always on his phone. And I just said, I have a sick feeling. So when I went to Tucson, I told my friend Eric, I was like, I don't know, there's something really weird going on, because I told him the whole situation, and Charles had not called. And I said, this is really weird. And so Eric, on a whim, Googles Charles's name. He goes, well, what's his name? I said, Charles Vallow. And he says, it says here that he got shot and killed by his brother-in-law in Chandler. I said, what? And I read the article. I broke down and started crying because I said, I felt like something was wrong. And Eric was like, oh, my. I mean, we were literally in shock. Nobody called me. Not my mom and dad, not my brother, not my sister. My sister Summer was in New York at the time. So, and my son Zach was watching my sister Summer's dog. We were in charge of her house. So I drove home, and I was talking to my mom and dad when I was driving home. I was like, we got to talk. And my mom got all mad at me, and she goes, we sure do. And so when I got to my mom and dad's house, Tylee was there. And Tylee was standing at the edge of the counter, and she was quiet. And Tylee's always hugging me and saying hi to me. She looked like she did not want to say a word to me and was just talking to my mom. And me and Zach, my son, came in and sat down, and they had a conversation between the two of them without me being able to hear what they were saying. And then my mom, Tylee and my mom. Okay. And so Tylee and my mom then, my mom walked Tylee to the end of the hallway, and Tylee left, got in her Jeep and left. And my mom came in, and she goes, how dare you not, say anything to her after what she's been through? And then I snapped, and I screamed, and I said, Charles is dead, and nobody in the family has said a word about it, and it's been 3 days. And then my mom snapped on me and said, "Get your stuff and get out." And so my mom and my mom and my dad have a great relationship. We have never.
Okay, I guess they do, but from what we've heard, though, it's a very dysfunctional type of relationship y'all had with them.
Never fought. We've never cursed at each other. We've never had any problems. That, for like 30 minutes in their house, we screamed at each other. It just all came out. I was so mad that nobody told me that Alex shot Charles and what happened. And nobody told me anything about what happened. And so when that went down, me and Zach got our stuff, and we went over to Summer's house, and I called Summer. And I was like, I told Summer what happened. I said, "You don't know that Charles is dead?" And she goes, "No." But I knew that she did because the way that she reacted. So my mom told me on Friday when I was at their house, she said, "I know that you and Charles were texting and emailing. I saw every text and every email that you were trying to get Lori in trouble at the church." And that shocked me because I said, well, how could you have, if Charles got shot and the phone is there and the police got the phone, how did you have time to go through every text and every email that me and Charles had? Which makes me believe that, in my opinion, my theory is that Lori and Alex got together, and Lori convinced Alex that Charles is not Charles anymore, that he's this guy named Ned, and that they shot him. I don't even think there was a fight or anything. I just think that because Charles texted me at 7:33 and went into the house. And then from what I read on the reports or whatever, it says that the police were called at 8 or something about him getting shot. And I thought, why would Alex be at Lori's anyways? And why would he have a gun in the house? And why wouldn't he call 911? Charles is not going to hurt anybody. He's not going to go crazy on anybody. And Alex is an expert shooter. He's got tons of guns. He goes shooting all the time. He knows how to kill somebody. And he shot 2 shots to his chest to make sure he wasn't dead. And then, or to make sure he was dead. And this was my theory.
Yeah.
And then try to cover it up by trying to do mouth-to-mouth. Who does mouth-to-mouth after someone tries to kill you and then you shoot them? I mean, there's so many things that don't, there's so many red flags that, and I don't know if you can, there's proof of anything, but did Alex get hit with a baseball bat?
He had an injury to the back of his head. Now, he alleges it was from the baseball bat. You know, I can't prove one way or another right now whether or not it was, but he alleges that Charles hit him in the back of the head with a baseball bat.
Now, again, Charles was a pitcher. He played minor league baseball. He was left-handed. He was really good at what he did. He was a strong hitter. So if he came at Alex with a baseball bat, that he come up from behind, because if you see, when you see the body cam, you'll see there's a spot on the back of Alex's head, and there is some blood trickling down, but it's not beat in, it's not gashed open, he's not even going to the hospital. He's just sitting there chilling, talking to cops, right? So were you hit from behind? Because if Charles was in front of you and came at you and swung with that bat, I don't think your face would be fine right now. You know, so I always wondered who actually hit him with that bat. Was it done to make it look good? Because I don't think he would have survived a hit from Charles with a baseball bat. And then you had to shoot him twice after you initially took him down? No. Once puts a person down, get out, call 911. You go beyond that. That's like what that crime of passion stuff they say them killers have.
And so did he get a concussion, or did he go to the hospital? Was there stitches?
There was a cut to the back of the head. He did not go to the hospital. So we brought him back here and interviewed him, and then, not having any reason at least at the time to hold him, released him from there. The reason that I'm positive they were able to see all of your texts and emails is because Lori had Charles's phone, and we had to get it back from her, shoot, a couple hours after she was released, so she had time to go through his phone.
But my mom knew about this on Friday.
Yeah, but they had Charles's phone when she left. Basically, she left her house, and then came back. She dropped JJ off at school sometime around this incident. She says right after the incident happened, she was in a panic and left and took JJ to school and then came back. We brought her down and interviewed her, Tylee, and Alex, and then released them from here. And then as we were processing the scene, we're like, well, where's Charles's phone? So we called Lori, and she's like, oh, I have it, and brought it back to us a couple hours later. So she had his phone on Thursday right after the incident for, 4 hours.
Just to let you know, Charles never leaves his phone anywhere. He's always has it with him. Yeah. So for her to say that he left it there and she got his phone, that did not happen.
Yeah.
That did not happen. Charles has his phone on him all the time. So, which then believes that they had planned something and Charles walked in. So how is Tylee, what did she, I don't even know what happened. Like, none of my family has talked to me because supposedly I was on Charles's side to try to get Lori help. My whole family has not told me one thing about this incident.
So what the report was is that Al basically stayed the night there the night before and was planning on going and doing something for the day, him, Lori, and Tylee. That Charles came and got JJ and basically got into a screaming match and was yelling and screaming at Lori. And then they say that Tylee basically brought a baseball bat out from her room and was kind of standing next to Lori, and had it kind of holding it in defense of Lori as Charles was yelling at her. They say that Charles yanked the baseball bat out of her hand, that Alex got involved and basically intervened during that altercation. Alex got hit with the bat. He went back to his room, got the gun, and then came back and basically challenged Charles. Charles came after him with the bat again, and that's when he shot and killed him.
Oh, gosh. I don't know. That just is like... And did Tylee see the whole thing?
They say that she was... they said that she was just outside of the house at the time the shooting happened, is where she puts herself.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. None. Zero. That is like... And this is my brother and sister, and I love them with all my heart. But I'm telling you, there's something wrong about Lori and Alex and this belief that they have. And, Lori thinks that death is nothing. And it's odd that Joe, her ex-husband, supposedly died of a heart attack when they were desperate for money, and he left her $50,000 and Tylee gets $2,000, and then Charles has a $2 million. There's a lot of red flags for me, and that story does not make sense. Charles does not leave his phone anywhere.
Yeah.
Which makes me believe that, is there cameras at the houses around there that could see the street or anything?
I found one Ring doorbell, but I think the fence was outside of it, so I wouldn't have been able to find a single camera in the neighborhood that would help me walk through a timeline of any of this.
Yeah.
So, I have the same, just the what if they brought him there to set him up type thing, and I just don't.
Yeah.
It's a matter of making our way through it. So.
Yeah, to me, it's just I don't. You don't have to shoot and kill Charles. You call 911. He's not going to. It's just all of it sounds way too crazy to me.
Yeah.
And set up and staged. Al, he lives so close to them. He doesn't have to spend the night at Lori's house. He could drive over there and they can go somewhere during the day. That's definitely a lie.
Yeah.
And just I don't know how you can prove it or what the proof can be. You know, that's the whole problem. Is I'm sure they plan. I don't know if you can, if they've ever emailed each other or text each other, or they just plan this out by just talking. I don't know, but there's got to be somewhere where they've talked this through, because Lori and Alex planned Joe's death, and Lori found out that Joe molested her kids supposedly, and Alex got upset, and Al said, I'll take care of him, and then they planned out how they were going to kill Joe. And
so her brother's going to be damaging on her, when he takes the witness stand for the state. How's she going to cross-examine him is going to be interesting. You guys still with me? Not a lot of chatting going on. Are we just listening? I'm interested to know how she will cross-examine even some of her own family members, right, as to what they're testifying to. It's going to be interesting.
And Al was going to taser him, throw him in the trunk, and take him out to a field and shoot him, and then bury him. Well, Al went to taser him, and it didn't work, and Joe called the cops, and Al went to jail for 12 months. Yeah. So there's something with Lori and Alex that neither one of them are. Well, Alex is excommunicated from the church, and so he believes Lori, because Lori's like, it doesn't matter what you do in this world, all you have to do is have a body.
There's no way I'll ever be convinced that Tylee's biological dad, Joe Ryan, died of natural causes. He's, their own older brother thinks that they tried to take care of him as well, but when he ended up passing away, it was due to natural causes. So it always made me wonder, did they do a really good toxicology report? Was there something in there that they just missed? Because it's very easily missed. There are things out there that can be very easily missed in those kinds of reports.
And you can be saved. You're just here to get a body. And Al loves that, because then he can go sin and do whatever he wants. So he loves to hear what Lori has to tell him. And so I'm just telling you, man to man, and I love my family, but justice, poor Charles, he didn't deserve to die at all. He was so upset about the way Lori was doing that, and so the way that she changed, the things that she said, and the odd behavior, and just, I was the only one that would sit and listen to him cry and be upset about it, and everybody listened to Lori and my family, and just they shut him off. He couldn't talk to anybody, and he paid for everybody in the family. He paid for everybody's phone. He bought cars. I mean, even my mom and dad. And it's just odd that my mom sent my wife a text on Friday. She didn't tell us that Charles was dead. She didn't tell us anything was happening. She knew that I flew out there on Charles's points, and she sent a message to my wife going, "Thank you so much for sending Adam out here using your points to fly out." Why would she say that? Right. I think my mom knows something, and she's trying to cover up for those two. And Tylee definitely has to know something. And it doesn't make any sense that JJ's in the car when this whole thing happened, and after you shoot somebody, you get in the car and you drive to take him to school. Yeah. And you probably know all this.
I share them with you. Yeah. I share them with you. So.
And I don't know if you've seen the emails that Charles sent, but he talks about all the crazy things that Lori has said, to him.
I got a copy of an order of protection petition that he got that outlines some of those allegations.
And he went to our stake president, and there's a lot of stuff. And then I guess they had $10,000 in cash somewhere for an emergency, and Lori took $7,100 out and tried to blame Charles, and said that he took it. And I don't know. I just feel like they're trying to get Charles's. And I don't know. Charles tried to get a divorce from Lori, and she disappeared for 58 days. Nobody knew where she was. Not her family. She didn't tell anybody in her family. She didn't tell anybody because she didn't want Charles to actually divorce her. And I think it's because she wanted to keep that policy alive. Yeah. And so that just all the behavior is so strange that nobody in the family, not even her daughter, knew where she was, and she was in Hawaii apparently this whole time.
Yeah, and Tylee was staying with Alex at the time, right?
Yeah. So those three are thicker than thieves, but I bet you Tylee could break if you got to her. I don't know what she would say, but gosh, there's something that's really wrong about that.
Yeah, I like I said, I have a lot of concerns, and it's been going through. Like, I have Charles's phone now, so I've been going through the phones because he had said that he was going to record his interaction with her, but there isn't a recording. So I don't know if they deleted it or if he didn't actually run the recorder. I don't know.
Is there a way to get deleted messages or deleted things or no?
We're able to restore some of them, but his phone, like you said, he was on it all the time. His phone's 80 gigabytes worth of data.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, there's just so much in there that it's mind numbing to sit and try to go through it. And
yeah.
And I actually met with one of our computer forensic guys on Friday, and then ended up getting called away for something different. But me to see if he could find like something that I might be missing in the download of the phone and stuff. So
yeah, well, I know that was the thing because people weren't believing him, and Lori said that he had an affair, and so some girl called him, and I said, I want to believe Lori. And I said, well, I didn't get to talk to her, but this is what she told my mom. And I was like, well, I would like to see the receipt that supposedly he had, sex with prostitutes. And I also would like to hear from the girl that called Lori. And my mom was like, well, that's not none of your business. I said, yeah, but if you want me to believe that Charles had an affair, because Charles cried to me and swore to me that he didn't. And I believe him. And maybe he's lying, I don't know, but the way that Lori has been telling fibs and crazy things out of her mouth, I don't believe one thing that comes out of her mouth.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that's a situation, and so, I mean, I literally lost my family over this. My mom and dad will not talk to me. They told me to get out of their house. Me and my son both, who we were like the most loved in our family by everybody. And because I have logic, normal logic, you want to be on your family's side, but when right is right, right's right, and wrong is wrong. Yeah. And for them to believe that, oh, Al's a hero, he saved Tylee. Charles would never hurt anybody like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
I think
looking into it, it doesn't seem like Charles has ever had any type of violent past whatsoever.
No, none. To me, Lori and Alex planned this out. They knew Charles was coming to get JJ. Somehow, Tylee was in her room or somewhere, or outside or whatever. They shot him. They killed him. And I don't know if it was for money or if they thought he was that evil spirit named Ned. And Lori can't deny any of that. She said that to a lot of people. And so, I mean, I don't know, that's what I know, and that's, I know there's a lot of red flags, and I know in court you probably can't prove things on red flags, but there's got to be something about that baseball bat. I even think that Lori hit Alex with the baseball bat after they killed Charles.
Yeah, well, yeah, that possibility is definitely there. I mean, Charles, even for his age, was in great shape, and, you could tell it wasn't. It didn't appear to be that type of injury of a grown man swinging a bat. Like I said, when they got back to drop off the phone, Al hadn't even gone to the hospital. He had some medical tape basically around the cut on the back of his head. And that's that. So
yeah, there's a lot. I just want to make sure that you got my side, my wife's side, because she also. It just all my friend Eric that knows everybody that lives in Tucson. Everybody's gut feeling is that this was not self-protection from Al.
Yeah.
He shouldn't have spent the night. He shouldn't have taken that week off of work. I mean, when you think about it, it was literally planned out for this whole thing to happen. In my opinion.
Yeah. No, like I said, I have the same concern. So we're still actively investigating it and going through it all. And have you heard? I guess you haven't really talked to your mom and them. I don't know if Lori has moved from that house, if she's staying at Al's house, if she's even still in the Phoenix area. I don't have any idea where she is right now.
From what I heard from my mom, who talks to my uncle and aunt, that she's changed her story 3 times, and my uncle, my 2 uncles, both say they know that's not the right story.
Gotcha.
And so my mom, and she was so distraught when I got back, because I literally yelled, I said, Alex and Lori murdered Charles, and she looked at me and her eyes got all big, like I said something that, but that could be anything, but still, I couldn't believe it. And so the family, the cousins and the uncles and everybody, they understand the history with Lori and Alex and Lori's ex-husbands.
Yeah.
And so there's a whole pattern of things there. So nobody in my family believes what's happened. And I think even my dad didn't even know. My mom didn't tell my dad. Apparently Lori had a family meeting at her house on Saturday and told my mom and dad, or told my dad, because my mom already knew on Friday.
Huh.
And so then my dad found out about it, and then my sister Summer is like, yeah, Al's a hero, because the story that Al and Lori told the family is one thing, but I'm sure that they got that phone immediately and started, going through his phone after they shot and killed him. He didn't leave his phone.
Yeah.
So, and the timeline is 7:30. I think the last text I got from him, it was right around 7:30 in the morning. And then I think the phone, from what I read on the newspaper, was like at 8 o'clock or somewhere after 8.
Yeah.
He was caught. Yeah. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but that's what I know.
Yeah. Huh. Well, I have all your information, and I'm trying to figure out the best way. Do you think Al would ever take a call from you?
No.
He's going to just avoid you.
Yeah, my whole family will avoid me. Nobody will talk to me because there's an investigation going on, and so they don't want to say a word to me. I guarantee that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just be curious to see what Al's side of the story is to a third. You know what I mean? To
another party.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering. For none of them to tell me anything that happened, like I just heard it from you for the first time because Kay had told me a little bit about what was said. Because I talked to Charles' sister Kay, and I feel bad for her too.
Yeah, because JJ's grandma, correct?
Yeah. And she told me that. So I think my Uncle Rex said that Al, after that happened, went to Columbia, or my mom told somebody that Al went to Columbia, and then he came back. Because then Brandon, the one that Melanie's divorcing, said that Al was at Melanie's house on Saturday putting her fans in, ceiling fans in.
Okay.
He goes, Al's out in Columbia. He's here. So maybe he went for a couple days, or maybe he didn't go at all. And then my uncle said that my mom said that Kay wanted to go fly JJ down for Charles's funeral. And nobody the weird thing about it is that when I was at my house on Saturday morning and me and my mom and dad had a sit down and it was a yelling match and then it got calm and we tried to talk through things and then it got to be yelling again while we were sitting there, not one time did my mom or dad say anything about how terrible it is or sorry that Charles was shot. They were all like, what a piece of crap trying to hurt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that's another red flag that nobody, like my sister, nobody wants to go to the funeral. I had planned a vacation in Los Angeles with my son, so we were in there when we told Kay that she said she was having a thing for Charles, but then when Kay called Lori's like, no, we're busy. We're getting ready to move to Hawaii, so we don't have time to have JJ go down there and back. And then, so that was something that Kay had told my wife, Nicole, and so she didn't let JJ go to her own, Lori didn't let JJ go to to Charles's funeral in Louisiana.
Yeah.
And then my mom said, or told Lori or Kay, I can't remember where it was, but that they were going to move to Hawaii, but then now Lori has a job at a gym, and she's working at a gym. So, I mean, I've heard a lot of different things. So I literally am in the dark because they cut me and my son off from all social media.
Gotcha.
And my son is their favorite. Everybody, the greatest kid in the world. And he is distraught because he moved to Phoenix and worked there for Brandon and would stay at my mom and dad's house and be at Summer's house and Melanie's house. And for them to cut him off because Charles reached out to him and he felt sorry for Charles like I did.
Yeah.
And so just because we had conversations with Charles, they cut us off. None of that makes any sense to me.
So are your parents actively still involved in the LDS Church?
Yes.
Okay, so they haven't bid off on the crazy nonsense or whatever
No.
you want to call it that Lori's kind of got going on.
They're called People Prepared. And Lori's on a podcast. It's called Preparing the People. And ever since Lori's been on this 2-year deal of reading these books and being part of these podcasts, the people who are doing the podcasts have been excommunicated from the church.
Gotcha.
And Alex said, the guy who got excommunicated from the church, he said, I've heard more light and truth out of his podcast in the last, 2 weeks than I have the whole time I grew up going to church. So they're bought hook, line, and sinker into this thing. But for Lori to say that she goes to the temple and talks to Jesus Christ and that she's on a special mission here to gather 144,000 people and that she's married to Moroni and that she has to do whatever it is to make sure her mission gets completed, which could mean killing Charles or anybody that's getting in her way of her mission. There's a lot of just, and it's literally nonsense. And Lori is one that loves attention. And I get it, because I love attention too. I'm on the radio. But she wants attention to the point, like, if you did see Jesus Christ in the temple, you wouldn't tell anybody. And she goes around and tells everybody because she wants that attention. That she's better than everybody else, that Jesus Christ gave her a higher priesthood than the rest of us. And, like, she gave Tylee blessings. You're not allowed to get blessings in our church unless you hold the priesthood. And so she's given Tylee a bunch of blessings. And so she's doing, and she's supposed to, and you're supposed to follow the prophet, and she's not. And my mom and dad are like, well, she's doing, she's not doing anything wrong, and it's just too much for me to and I was only going there to see if I could actually have a conversation with her after a year and a half, and she wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
She wants, and so there was nothing I can do. I was going to go talk to the stake president, but he wasn't there when I was going to go play basketball.
Why were Lori's parents in such denial, right? I mean, if you have another one of your children coming and expressing their concerns as well, but you keep blowing him off, like, no, your sister's a little out there, but she's fine. Turns out, Mom, she wasn't fine after all. Jeez.
I never went to play basketball, so and I was going to record, and then I thought, you know what, I don't have to record. I just want to hear it with my own ears. So my mom and dad are very upset that I said I was going to record her and record them, and they think I'm a traitor and all this other stuff. And I was only doing it to help Lori. I still want to help her. She's my sister. I think she needs some mental help.
Yeah. So this, and I figured it was, but all this preparing of people and all this other stuff is way outside of the LDS faith, and it seems almost cult-like. I mean, it's just bizarre.
Yeah, it's very, yes. There's a lot of bizarre behavior, the things that they say. They try to mix it in so it doesn't seem like it's that crazy, but it is.
So which stake were they at? Which church were they going to?
They were going to, let's see, they lived in they lived up, where's that real, off of Riggs Road.
Okay.
So the steak center is on Riggs Road.
Okay.
And the steak president's name is President Holmes.
Okay.
And he has interviewed Charles and Lori. And Lori, I think, lied to him to keep her temple recommend. Charles wanted her temple recommend to be taken away because if her temple recommend gets taken away, then he thinks that she would snap out of whatever she's in.
Gotcha.
And that was it. And so that was the reasoning that I agreed to do anything with Charles, was to let's see what we can do. Because Lori thinks that you can shoot her, nothing will happen. She told me she doesn't have to eat anymore because she's a translated being. If she didn't want to eat, she didn't have to. And if somebody tried to shoot her, the bullet wouldn't go through her. She actually said those words to me and to my son.
Huh.
So I know that, that's not, there's I don't know what the word, I don't know what crazy or delusional or whatever it is, but if you're living like that, as my mom and dad said, she's not hurting anybody. They said that on Thursday before we knew Charles was dead. Yeah, she hurt somebody, all right.
So has her temple recommend been taken away?
No.
Okay.
She went back, so Charles told the president all that, so then she had to go in with the interview with the president, and the president asked her the questions that you're supposed to do to get a temple recommend, and she lied, because she says, oh, I follow the prophet, I do what he says. The prophet doesn't give you permission to give blessings to your kids unless you have the priesthood.
Yeah.
And she's bragging that gave Tylee a blessing one time in the room. She goes, and Al was in there too. This was way before when this really started happening, when I went down and visited him and I realized there's something wrong with Lori. She goes, come in here, let's give Tylee a blessing. And then Al, who's excommunicated, she's like, it doesn't matter, he has a priesthood, they don't know what they're talking about, and he could put his hands on her. And if I want to give her a blessing, she'd be healed even faster because my priesthood is higher than all of yours. And that's the kind of talk that I said, Lori, there's something wrong here. And then after that day, she never talked to me again.
Okay.
So if you don't believe what she's saying, she gets rid of you. I guess she's got another friend named Melanie that buys into everything she's saying too. So they're two peas in a pod as well, apparently. I've never met her before, but that's what I heard.
Who's Brandon? Who was Brandon married?
Boy, he's lucky he didn't meet the friend Melanie, right? We had to meet her yesterday and heard all her nonsense. That's the Melanie he just spoke of. The other Melanie the officer's about to mention was the niece Melanie.
Married to?
He was married to my niece Melanie, but Lori also has another friend named
Melanies then.
Yes, two Melanies, yep.
Gotcha.
Yep. Yeah.
Because I've heard the name Mel, but I wasn't sure. What's your niece Melanie's last name?
Boudreaux.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Brandon's wife.
Okay. And then there is another Melanie. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so that's where the two Melanies are. But, for Lori to have that, to say that you could shoot her and a bullet wouldn't hurt her or she never has to eat again, I mean, that's alarming. And I told that to my mom and dad. And they're like, oh, my mom and dad admitted to me, she's detached from reality, so she's living in a world that she can actually live in. And so I said, well, there's something wrong with that. She needs to go to therapy or something. She goes, you think Lori's going to go to therapy? And so I think with the church is that she went in and got her temple recommend because she answered the questions right about whatever she was supposed to answer so she got her temple recommend, and so she goes to the temple all the time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Huh. All right. Well, you have my direct number.
Yep.
I will be in touch with you. I'm still actively working on this.
Okay.
But if there's anything that I could think of that I need to, try to find out, I'll definitely reach out to you. I have not reached out to your parents and everything else because I'm not sure what the family dynamic, was and is.
Yeah.
I knew you had, from the messages, I knew you'd been talking to Charles that day.
Yeah.
The text message back and forth and on his phone and him saying
yeah.
there and stuff. Did you call Al Because you had sent him a text saying, "Hey, I'm going to call Al right now and press him to come get me." Did you call Al?
No.
Okay, I wasn't sure because he.
Oh wait, maybe I did call. I think I did call him, but he never answered.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. And I was just doing that to be able to get Al away from Lori, so then we could actually talk to Lori, because, you know. And and also to pressure Al, I wanted to ask Al what Lori's been saying, because Al's told me things that Lori says, because they're thicker than thieves too. And so since Lori doesn't talk to me, I wanted to find out what Lori has been saying lately, because I know what she said when I was there.
Yeah.
And so, but then Al shut me off. I think Lori said, "Do not talk to Adam." Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult situation all the way around on this one, huh?
Yeah, it's literally like something out of like one of those, 2020s.
Right. Yeah. Well, Adam, I really appreciate you calling me. And
Sure, yeah. Let me know if I can help any other way. Give me a call. I was being able to help any way I can.
Definitely, I appreciate it, and we'll talk soon, I'm sure.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
At all. There will be people watching.
So, what do you guys think about that? And he's on the witness list, so yeah, she was nuts, right? yeah, you're right, guys. Melanie was the one we were listening to yesterday that just went on and on and on, that we were all like, oh my God, lady. We all had a headache by the end of the show. That lady. And then the other Melanie that they speak of is the niece. And before we go, we are going to watch a little piece about her, because like Adam just was trying to explain, like Charles was a good guy. Brandon Boudreaux, by all accounts, was also a good guy. And Brandon was married to Melanie, the niece. And then after Charles's murder, there was an attempt on Brandon's life. And that's where Lori will be facing that charge after this trial. So I was going to introduce you guys to that particular Melanie, because this is the niece anyway. But so Joe, let's see. Joe is, I believe they are finally in the courtroom now. He passed by the judge as they walked past each other, I guess, in the hallway. But he feels like the judge has Lori on his mind. Joe's silly. So anyway, haven't heard back from Joe yet. So they're probably they're a couple of hours back behind me on the Arizona time frame. Okay. Bobby Vallow. Is there a call out there with a Bobby Vallow? Let me check, girl. Hold on. Who told me this? Nina? Okay. So, Bobby Vallow is Charles' brother. Why did I not even realize he had a brother? And I know this case and all the people pretty well. Okay, let's see here. There's a piece that Hidden True Crime had on there. Let's see. What's she got here? Okay, the one I found, Nina, was 3 years ago. Let me see if I can find a different one. I don't want Lauren to strike me off to Ask her nicely not to. Word on the street is her. Here we go. Here's a different one. Yeah, let's do this one because I don't want to get a strike war with that lady. Okay, let me pull this up. So this was 3 years ago, like I said, and Crime Talk with Bobby. Looks like it's on his channel. So please don't strike me either, Mister. All right, let me get the screen up. I'm sure I could find it other places. I just wanted to pull it up real quick. So this is, I guess, it's a Bobby Vallow, and I believe this is Charles' brother. And so let's see what the backstory here. She was saying, Nina was saying, there's more about. You'll learn more about the evidence they found between the Alex and Adam. With the call between Alex and Adam, was he trying to warn Alex about something or get information out of him? Let's see what we got here. It Yes, it's very upsetting what she did to her children, and that as long as she went trying to pretend her kids were fine. Like, when they were finally reported missing, when someone finally, they couldn't reach her and all the things, and it was reported, she still would not produce those children. It took her a long time, weeks and weeks, and was court ordered to produce your children, lady. Oh, they're over here, they're over there, she would say, things like that. And finally, a judge said, no, enough's enough. You need to produce these children. And yeah, unfortunately, she couldn't. So it's been a long time dealing with this Lori Vallow. But she's been convicted of murdering both of her children. She's been convicted in the conspiracy to commit murder for Tammy Daybell, her lover's wife. She's on trial now for the conspiracy to commit the murder of her then husband, Charles. And up next is a conspiracy to commit attempted murder on her then nephew, Brandon, by marriage, I should say. So it can be a little confusing, but if you guys have any questions, throw them down and we'll try to get them answered for you. Thanks, Nina. Let me know if this is the right one, Nina. We'll go ahead and play it.
Everything there is to my house.
Let me try to get it right where it starts.
Anything else? Because when I'm being told very little, and that's understandable, and that's okay. But my brother told me a couple of months before this incident, with tears in his eyes at my table at my house, that she was going to come after him for his insurance money. And that she had done something. And then I don't know everything there is to it. But my brother was the least violent human being on this earth. If someone would have provoked him, he would have left. He would not argue. This man does not argue. He would have walked out. I've waited 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks, whatever it was. This is seems like it's gone far enough. I mean, the lady's freaking nuts.
Let me ask you this, sir. And I'm fairly frustrated, and I'll be real honest with you. What grounds do I have? How do I get her convicted of murder? Right now, with the information that we have.
Okay. Motive would be money.
Okay. So how do I prove that? From your statement with him?
Onita Kresha has it on her channel? Okay, I didn't realize that. I haven't searched through her playlist and past videos well enough. So thank you. Yeah, right. Not wrong.
Of course not. Detective, I know that you got to be probably peeling skin back. You're very aggravated with this, and I understand. I'm not sitting here accusing you of not doing your job. By no means, not even in that ballpark. But I'm just, I know Charles, and if she took his phone, walks in the other room, and he's trying to chase her down with a bat, I mean, that Tylee brought into the room, and then this guy says they roll around on the ground, he goes to his room, gets his gun, comes back and shoots Charles. Charles would have been out the door by then.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know,
Well, and I discussed that with Kay, and I don't, it's not that I don't believe you guys. Well, I'm on my fifth search warrant because Lori has 3 different phones. I've been searching Charles' phone, which is 80 gigabytes of data. I have search warrants. I have cell records, cell tower locations, and everything else. I've been working on this.
Yeah, I think Nina is correct. I don't think Crush is there yet. I know Crush, she was pretty silent yesterday. I don't recall seeing her out live anywhere. The night before she was, and I asked everyone yesterday to hold some space for her because I know she was feeling some kind of way. So hope, still hold that space for her as she's dealing with this. But yeah, so I don't think she's went out there yet.
Case on it.
I know that Megan's out there. Megan Connor was there yesterday, so I'm assuming she plans to be there throughout jury selection as well as the trial.
A daily basis, every day, and like I said, there's 13,000 text messages in your brother's phone.
Oh my Jesus!
And I'm sorry, there's 13,000, and then another 5,000 in a different folder, and so I am actively working this case. I don't dispute, or I would not argue with you that I believe that Lori had something to do with this. What I need to be able to do is prove it to a jury as well.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's...
Well, you're the detective. I'm not a detective. I'm a plumber, and I'm just, I know my brother, and I know that you're doing everything you can, but I mean, the thing about it is, if she's manipulated, I'm just, TV's different than real life, I know that. You're working the real cases. You've seen probably some really bad stuff, but look, okay, for my brother's side of the story to be told, that's what you're trying to find out, and I know that. I appreciate that very much, and I appreciate you doing what you're doing very much. I didn't in any way call to raise doubts about your abilities as a detective or anything like that. I'm just calling to tell you what I know, and that she manipulated some insurance policy or something like that, and then I know that he cried that we rode around on my golf cart over here by my house, and he said she's going to try to kill him for his insurance money, and all Charles said is he wanted his son to have a mom, and he loved her, and she went cuckoo. I mean, this lady's nuts.
Absolutely.
And I know that that doesn't make her a murderer. I know that, but I and then I found three felony convictions on Al for assault with a deadly weapon.
He only has one. In fact, I actually have the copy of that report. I was on the phone. It was out of Austin Police Department. It's only one conviction, and just so you know, it is not a felony anymore. It was basically. They do like a deferment. If you basically complete the terms of your probation, they'll make it a misdemeanor. So, because there was some concerns with that from Cole and Zach. It's Cole and Zach, right? Yeah, it was concerns with Cole and Zach and about why he would have a firearm, but it isn't a felony. There's a lot of
CHL.
What's that?
He has a CHL, and he was able to get that. Is that because turned to a misdemeanor?
Yeah, he was able to. He completed the terms of the probation, and it pled it down to a misdemeanor. So it's basically his rights were restored, and he has a concealed weapons permit here, and was carrying the gun legally. But he assaulted Lori's former husband. Yeah. Yeah. So he actually shot him or tased him. It was a stun gun, not like a taser like the police carry. But yeah, I got that report yesterday and talked to the sergeant at the 390th District Court of Travis County, Texas, and got that from him yesterday. I mean, I'll be real frank with you. I've been in homicide for over a decade, and I have a bad gut feeling that you guys are right. What's weighing heavy on my mind is being able to prove it and how to be able to prove it. And I've been working tirelessly to try to get through all of the information and come up with a good plan, because a case like this it hinges on whether it's very well could come down to getting an admission from her or Alex that they set him up, and so it's a slow moving, and I think I told Kay, but I definitely told Cole and Zach this isn't something that's going to happen overnight, not in a house like this. So
I understand.
So I trust me when I say we've talked about this. Me and 3 other people in my unit have talked about it.
My brother Charles did not have a single violent bone in his body. He would even not. He would go out of his way not to argue with someone. He would leave. Yeah. He would have left his phone there, and he would have turned it off and bought another phone.
Yeah, and that's what Cheryl said too.
And he wouldn't argue.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt it in the least. But what I need is evidence to show that they're lying about what happened inside the house. You know what I mean? So
and that's almost impossible unless you had a camera.
Yeah, or an admission. So
you get someone who murders someone for money to admit that. Scare the shit out of them?
See, I don't know that. I'm not sure. And honestly, going through the text messages and stuff, I think money was a motivating factor. But from the looks of it, and going through your brother's text messages, he was willing to pay Lori whatever he needed to pay her to sustain her and JJ's lifestyle. So I think my concern is might be more of this crazy religious thing, and she talks to God and stuff, this extreme religious thing.
No, she thinks she is God.
And there it is. Thank you, Mr. Detective. It was way more than about money. And that got so convoluted in the trial in Idaho. Everybody who covered it it's about this sex and money. It went way deeper than that. And this cop sees that. Good for you, Copper.
So that's what I'm thinking. And again, I have to be able to prove it, but I'm almost more curious if that's what this is about, not necessarily the money. The money's an added bonus, but I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
It's trust me. I was sitting out back in my house talking to my wife about this case last night, going, I gotta find a way to prove it. I gotta find a way to prove it.
My brother is literally screaming out for his story to be told, and you're the one. And I'm not trying to add pressure to you, Detective. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to say that this is another voice for his corner saying this man didn't do a damn thing, and I think all he did was love these people, and he loves JJ. And now JJ's with a crazy-ass woman. I'm worried sick about him.
Yeah.
I mean, he needs to be away from her. Who knows what she's doing with this child? What about if she comes to the conclusion of what she's done, and what if she realizes that? What is there? I mean, no way to get him away from her.
I don't have anything right now that documents her crazy besides, your brother's text messages to other people about the things that she said, and then when he filed her for an order of protection. I don't have anything else like that. If you guys have evidence of that, and Kay wanted to, basically fight for custody, then I would suggest that. But I don't have that stuff like from her to go, yeah, she's absolutely crazy and incapable of caring for a child. So
yeah, I knew her when she was the sweetest human being on earth, and she flipped a switch that I don't even understand myself. I'm a Catholic man. I don't understand all this stuff, but I don't have a problem with any faith. I just want my brother, his story to be told, and I just want to. I'm gonna pray for you, and I'm gonna pray for you to find exactly what it is you need to find, because I know damn good and well he didn't go in there to beat anybody up. That'd be the first time in his life he'd ever done that if it was, and he would, everywhere I look, every 20-some-odd different places, Charles Vallow assault is, he's killed because of self-defense, and you just want to scream.
Well, and I will tell you, because Cole asked about that yesterday also, that is out there. There's no getting that back, because that was a statement made that evening to the media. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is the evidence that's found. There's no getting that back. But it's not advantageous for us to put anything else out there, because as of right now, Al and Lori have no idea that I'm looking into all the stuff that I'm looking into. They have no idea.
Well, thank God.
I haven't had any conversations with them. I haven't talked to her since the day of this incident, by design, because I want them to believe that we didn't have any we have no clue that it's anything besides the self-defense case, and we're working everything behind the scenes.
Well, I bow down to my sister Kay, because I don't know how she does it, but she talks to Lori like nothing happened. And I told Kay, I said, you're going to have to be the one that talks to her, because, I want to I have thoughts, and I'm telling the detective this, but I live in Louisiana, look. But listen, I'm begging you to, please, I know you're going to do your best.
Absolutely. You have 100% my word. I'm going to do our best. I can't make any promises, because I will tell you right now, we're battling an uphill battle. But this isn't going away anytime soon, and we're going to do everything we can to, which I believe it is, but if this was a criminal conspiracy to kill your brother, or anything other than a self-defense issue, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that they're held criminally liable for that.
Funny thing is, the leader of that cult that she's in was an ex-officer, and there's so many twisted things in this.
Oh yeah.
He takes off. I mean, we'll never see JJ again. I mean, there's no. I just gotta pray that God gives you some kind of real piece of evidence you can use that's actually real. I just want the truth is all I want. The truth.
Absolutely.
That's all I want. If Charles did go in there and do that, I want just the truth. I mean, I know that's impossible, but I just want the truth. And if
well, we have the exact same want, and that's what I want also.
Well, Detective Moffett, right?
Yes.
I just pray God blesses you and gives you the ability to find this out. This is hard to deal with, and we're having a celebration of life tomorrow, and Kay had to be super nice to this person to get some of the things sent to her, and now she wouldn't let JJ come to Charles' celebration of life. Who knows what she's telling him? I don't know.
I called Kay because Cole called me yesterday. I've been emailing more with Kay, and I emailed her something a couple days ago, and she said she was taking care of moving Charles' things out, and she couldn't talk. So I called her 2 or 3 times yesterday. And it was, granted, it was 5:30 our time, so I think you guys are what time is it there now? 2:46.
Yeah.
So
2:50.
it was. I called her at about 7:30 your time, 7:15, 7:30 your time. But it was. I'm getting Larry's voicemail. It was the phone number that ends in 1911. Is that?
Kay's 337-515-1037.
1037. Okay.
That's Kay. Kay's phone has not stopped ringing since this incident. She's selling her company, and she's about to lose her mind. And I just was trying to call to help her or help Cole. I talked to Cole a little while earlier.
Yeah.
And I just beg for justice, that's all. And I know you're doing everything you can. I'm not going to try to put any more pressure on you. It's hard not to do, but I won't do it. I know damn good and well he didn't go in that house and argue or do anything. I think they had it planned out. I had to have had. He told me, like I said, but you still have the burden of proof. You have to prove it. Yeah. So, I mean, is there, I'm just asking this because I don't know, but is there a way to access, like, I don't know, a phone whenever this was going on? Like Charles's phone or something?
I have.
They have turned it on at that time, right?
I have Charles's phone, and I also have basically a mirrored image of everything that was in Charles's phone.
Yeah.
So, and like I said,
I called his number after this incident the day after, because we didn't even find out. This woman sent a text message to my nephew that your dad.
Yeah, 36 hours later.
Yeah, and so I didn't believe it. So I called his phone, and I just wanted to call and see, and so I called both numbers. He has 2 numbers on that iPhone 10. And then I heard his voice. I just knew it was really true, because I think I was a little bit in shock. But the fact is that I just didn't believe it.
Yeah.
For her to text a day and a half later to Cole and say, your dad passed away, and it was yesterday, sometime around 8 o'clock or something. What time did my brother die, officer?
It was about 9 a.m. In the morning on the 11th. I'm sorry, 8 a.m. 8 a.m.
Did he, was he immediate? Did he expire immediately?
So according, I can only go off of what the pathologist said, because when we attended the autopsy, that I can't say immediately, but very quickly. So.
Okay.
I was just looking, when you called him on the 12th, because you called the day after, you didn't leave a voicemail for him, obviously.
And then I just heard his voice, and I hung up.
Okay.
You should see it, 832-350-4470.
It wouldn't show it, because we already had his phone, and it was powered off. So,
okay.
So it wouldn't come through. On the records, it might. I would have to look on the records, but
yeah,
as far as
I'm just
on
telling
the
you,
hardware.
I called it because I'm not crazy. Well, my wife says I am sometimes, but I'm just trying to, I think in shock. I don't know. I just wanted to make sure that was real. I wasn't fixing to call that lady, but when Kay called and told me and Jerry, my other brother, I was in complete disbelief. I just didn't believe it. I still don't believe it. But, I don't know. We need to somehow figure out a way to get JJ away from that crazy-ass woman.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know how to help with that. I haven't, like I said, I haven't gotten anything that goes absolutely not. And the thing about it is Charles had said in some of his like text messages and stuff, like, or and some previous things, like some mental illness. And I don't know if it's a true mental illness, because she presents, at least outwardly talking to her, that is sane. But like you said, it's almost this extreme religion thing or cult thing. And I haven't found a whole lot. I found their podcast, obviously. Cheryl told me about that. But I haven't sent her
Kill anybody that's in her way, too.
Yeah, and Cheryl told me about that. And so I told Cheryl that, to basically, because she was listening to him anyways, to kind of track it down. So I'm praying as hard as you are that we can come up with what I need to prove this case. So,
I just wish I could have that guy in a room with no doors for 5 minutes. That's all I wish. No, I didn't say that to a detective, but I did. I just said, I gotta forgive, but I go back into wanting to just, and then you gotta forgive. And I can't seem to bring myself there. And then I do, and then I go back.
Well, and this is a traumatic loss to you and your family, and it's only been 3 weeks, so it's not something that happens overnight, if it does at all.
I thought I would die before he did, because, he was in damn good shape for a 62-year-old man.
He absolutely was, yeah.
I'm a big badass, but the thing is, okay, detective, I just appreciate everything you're doing. Please keep up.
Absolutely.
Your work, and please don't give up. I just beg you, please don't give up, because, look, Charles, if you knew Charles, you would know immediately, if you really knew who he was and knew him. This man did everything he could to help everybody he could possibly help.
Absolutely.
He had not 1 ounce of hostility. If you did something to him, he'd walk away.
Yeah.
He would not argue. It just doesn't make any sense. It wouldn't make sense is that they killed him, and they did it for money or for whatever they think God is, or they think they are God. I don't know.
Yeah.
But boy, I think they studied on this real hard, and I think that they decided that this is how they're going to do it, and I think they did it. That's how I see it.
I don't disagree with you. I really don't, and we're a long way from giving up on this case. So, like I said, we're actively working it and sifting through phone records and text messages and your brother's phone. And, he had told Adam, and I've been trying to get a hold of Kay, because I know Kay was talking to Adam, Lori's other brother.
Right.
And I don't know if you talked to Adam or not, but I can tell you.
I've never talked to Adam in my life that I know.
Well, and just from text messages that I've seen of his, or at least between Lori and Al, I don't know that Adam's very trustworthy. That's one of the reasons I called Kay 3 times last night. Is I want her to just be very guarded with what she tells him. So, because Adam
make sure she knows immediately.
Adam and your brother were talking that morning and the day before about Lori and kind of how she's fallen off the deep end in this religion and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you know, they were talking up to that day, and but I think Adam then might have called Lori afterwards. So I don't know. Well, and Adam told Kay, yeah, I've been trying to reach out to the detective. Well, I have not received a phone call, an email, message to call him or anything. So I just don't know that he's very trustworthy or where he lies in this. You know, I doubt his motive in helping. So.
Well, I'm going to call her as soon as we hang up and tell her don't you damn say anything to him.
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to call her on her cell phone, the 1037 number. I'm going to call her as soon as we hang up.
Okay.
So.
All right, Detective. I really appreciate everything you've done. And
Bobby, you got a pen and paper handy?
I have my cell phone. I have 2 cell phones.
Okay. Let me give you my direct phone number so you don't have to call through dispatch if you decide you need to get a hold of me again, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
It's 480-782-4477.
That's the number I called. 480-782-4477.
All right, y'all, don't be calling the police now. Oh, good. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Nina. I do appreciate that. That was interesting call, to say the least. Learned a few things in there that I didn't quite already know, so that's always good to know, and I appreciate it. That's why I love you guys. I love this community. We can all find things together and share. I appreciate all you who are tuning in and watching today, and you know, it's going to take a minute for these 2 trials, to Karen Reed and Lori's, to get actually underway. We got to get through jury selection first. I feel like we're going to get through jury selection pretty quickly for Lori. I don't think it's going to take the rest of the week. You don't think Adam was keeping Charles' confidence? I think maybe to a little bit of an extent, but not fully, right? No. Part of him, I think, wanted to believe in his brother and his sister, and he's like maybe he was trying to call them out, and I don't know what he thought he was doing, but I don't know them like that. But yeah, I do know about his podcast, though. I've seen it a couple times, but I don't watch it on a regular, so I don't know much about him. Oh, well, thank you. You're welcome for playing it, and thank you for calling it to my attention. Yeah, we like to review this stuff as a group here, you know, and if y'all have any questions or comments, you know, you're welcome to throw them down there in chat. They're always super appreciated. I wanted to show you guys a little bit about Melanie Boudreau, because there were a lot of warning signs, right, with Charles and with Brandon, and they both tried to seek help and warned that something's wrong with my wife, and nobody wanted to listen. It's pretty crazy how, and to know that she's up next for, you know, Brandon's charges. I wanted to bring you guys a little bit about niece Melanie, because niece Melanie played a big part in what Lori was doing. She was right up in the midst of things. Her mother passed when she was really young, so Lori was like not only just Aunt Lori, but like mom as well. And from all accounts, Melanie looked up to her Aunt Lori, and so Lori could pretty much get her to do whatever she wanted her to do. Let me grab the playlist here. I have a clip also from Lori's mother and sister that was quite interesting. It was like 4 years ago. It's old. We'll see how things go. This is about 15 minutes, but we'll get it on fast speed just to get it up a little bit there. Let me see. Now, she got remarried. She divorced Brandon. She got remarried, and of course, by this time, Lori and crew were labeling Brandon as dark as well. And there's body cam out there of when Brandon called the police. So he was arriving home, that him and Melanie had already split up, and he's moving into a new place. And so he had been there just like a very short time. And so he's coming home that evening, and as he's pulling into his driveway, there's a Jeep parked nearby that he said looked a lot like Tylee's Jeep. Not claiming that Tylee was driving, but it was Tylee's Jeep in his mind. Someone from in that Jeep, from the back of the Jeep, shot at him. Tammy Daybell was also shot at one point too, which she thought it was a paintball gun because whoever shot at her missed before she died of alleged natural causes, in bed. But anyway, so that's, Brandon called the police, and, somebody had shot at me. They were in this Jeep, and that was the attempt on his life that is now Lori's being held accountable for. There has to be communications between, you heard that officers talk about how many messages were in Alex's phone, right? And then there's 5,000 in another folder. How many times you think him and Lori communicated about what they wanted to do or planned to do to these people? Like I hope there was something within those messages that confirmed more than just a theory, right? So anyway, so then again, welcome in, Pokemon. Oh, Pokemon, you were here earlier. Did you dip out for a bit and come back, or you just been chilling and listening? Piemonte directs prosecutors to seek death penalty for Luigi Mangione. I'm saying it the way that I heard, what's his name? Court TV, Vinny Politan, forgot his name for a second, saying it yesterday. That doesn't surprise me. You walk up and unalive somebody in cold blood, I don't care who you are. Doesn't surprise me if it's a death penalty state, right? Thank you for the update, Miss Ma'am. She's always got the good updates. She had a little bit of everywhere, and I appreciate you, Pokemon. Thank you. Okay, so again, this is Melanie Boudreaux, Lori's niece.
Do you think that she is being unfairly portrayed?
It's just not Lori that I see. I see a lot of hatred in the media and a lot of judgment. I see a lot of lies. I don't know where my cousins are, her children, JJ and Tylee, and I love all of them, and I know she's doing whatever she can to keep her kids safe, and I hope we can see how that turns out in the future as truth continues to come forward.
Well, we know exactly how it turned out. The children were not safe, and we learned a lot more when this probable cause affidavit was released and unsealed. So now we've got new details and a whole new perspective on Lori Vallow Daybell as a mother, as a so-called mother. Ashley Banfield, Court TV special contributor, joins us now and has how these new details in this affidavit, really a game changer for a lot of people, especially when you start getting into Lori Vallow's family.
Hold on.
Yeah, it certainly has changed for many of them. It's so interesting watching Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski's comments from back then, because now we know the children are dead, and those truths have come out, at least some of them. But it is very interesting to see how the rest of Melanie's family is now reacting. Just within the last 48 hours, in fact, Lori's sister, Summer Shiflin, has released a statement on Facebook, came out on Sunday night. I want to read a little bit of it for you, Vinny. We have prayed for the truth to come to light, but we never thought it would look like this. Believe me when I say, this has looked very different from my perspective than what the public has seen. It's easy to jump on a bandwagon when you don't personally know all the people involved. When you have been up close and personal, you can't discount your own interactions and just go by what everyone else says and thinks. I know there are people waiting for me to admit I was wrong. If that's all you want to know, here it is. I was wrong. I'm an extremely imperfect person that loves my family with all my heart, and I wanted to believe the best in them. I held out hope for the best possible outcome. I've always said things truthfully as I understood them and will continue to do that as I learn new information. I'm just wondering, Vinny, who she means. I'm going to read this next one in a little bit, so pop that one down, because that one is a specific part of her statement that speaks to something she said in an interview a while ago, Vinny. But just with regard to what you just saw, that's pretty interesting stuff for Lori's sister to say, I was wrong. And I'm sure that sort of stuck out to you when you saw those words.
Absolutely, because it's difficult for a family member to ever accept the worst of the worst. But the thing about Lori Vallow is we've heard so many descriptions of her being a good person. And for me, and the other thing I look at, there's two ways to look at all the marriages. On the one hand, you can say, oh, look at all these marriages, right? That tells you a lot about her. But it also tells you a lot about her that all these men fell in love with her. So there's definitely more to her. Yeah, exactly. So there were 5 men who believe this is the one. This is like the greatest woman in the world. So that tells me that it's a little more nuanced, right? Who exactly she is. But then it comes back to, all right, so we look at her and she moves to Rexburg, right? She uplifts the family and just takes off to Rexburg. And to me, that was, as we look at it now, that's like a red flag.
Well, and
Okay, I think we know that story because we've talked about it and how they've. But I wanted to bring you guys the whole interview I had with Melanie. I thought that was the one, but I clicked the wrong one. So sorry about that. That was my bad. Hold on one second. If we have time, we'll go back to that court TV piece. But court TV pieces can be long. Over here messaging my son, "Are you coming straight home after work?" Because I'm thinking dining out because I'm like so not in the mood to cook any food. I love to dine out, but I have very limited choices up here in the boonies. Okay, where did my interview go with Miss Melanie that I wanted to show you guys? Okay, this is it. Okay, and this was done with East Idaho News as well. I don't know if it's Nate interviewing her, if it's somebody else. Miss Shorty, thank you for starting your morning with us, and you had to get up early, and we appreciate you joining us for your morning. Welcome in, welcome in. We were just you'll have to rewind that and listen. We just went, in case you missed that. But one of our viewers here, Miss Nina, turned us on to an interview that we just watched or listened to, rather. It was an audio interview with Charles Vallow's brother. It was very interesting. My son is a Taco Tuesday freak, Pokemon. So we actually don't even have things in there for tacos tonight. So I don't know if he's planning on stopping or what the heck's going on. Whatever. If he's going to cook it, fine. But we have pizza close by. I do have pizza. A little tiny restaurant, like a country restaurant, like within minutes from the house. That's it. Otherwise, I've got to drive a good 12 minutes into another town to get to a decent little restaurant. So we'll see what happens. Or I could just make him stop in town and get me something good. Ooh, you know what would be good? Some barbecue, some brisket. Y'all can tell I'm getting hungry, can't you? It's like, not even dinner time yet. It's lunchtime. Are you live right now, Miss Shorty? Oh, here. All right, guys. So this is with Melanie Boudreau, because we've seen the Melanie Gibbs interviews. Well, I've seen several of them. We saw one yesterday, that one lengthy one that we all, oh goodness, I pushed the wrong button. Hold on. Sorry. I gotta share the screen. Get this up here. Would be quite helpful, wouldn't it? Alrighty. Yeah, happy I live out in the boonies. I like it, but sometimes I don't, right? I can't even get DoorDash delivered. No service out here like that. No Uber Eats. None of that mess is happening. No grocery delivery. I get Amazon, all that good stuff, of course. But all right, here we go.
All right, well, the first thing I want to start with, Melanie and Ian, is your reaction to the autopsy result.
Okay, wait, is this one of the videos Lori was referring to, them interviews that people might plagiarize themselves, and therefore Nate can't be here in case he needs to testify? Look at there, Lori, you got the actual video if you need it. Hey, Dolphin, welcome in. We're just throwing some shade right now at some of the people in Lori Vallow case. We reviewed the Karen Reed stuff this morning, watched a little bit of that jury selection. the interesting part got over, then it got boring, so we stopped watching. And then we went back into our little deep dive of some of these players in what I'm calling the Lori Vallow saga. So this is Melanie Pawlowski, Lori's niece and one-time devout follower. Is she still a devout follower? Karen's trial, Dolphin, or that what you're asking? No, but neither one officially started, because today was like the first day, I believe, of the jury selection in Karen Reed, and they said that could take up to 3 weeks. Usually it's a 3 to 5 day process, right? They said up to what, 2-3 weeks, Pokemon, for for Karen's, and Lori's is taking place starting today. Actually, it began yesterday morning with some questionnaires, picking back up today. Hopefully they'll be done by the end of the week, and we can get that trial underway on Monday. But that's a quick catch up on where we're at.
Results which came out just the other day concerning your uncle Melanie. Were you guys surprised at all? What did you think when you heard the news?
It was relieving, but we weren't surprised. We knew that it would be natural causes. We had no reason to think anything otherwise. I think it was just a comfort, like finally, like this part is over, and it's one more stepping stone to just keep revealing truth. And then, the second half of the day, they open it up and say, well, it's still under investigation again. It feels like every time we get a little bit of good news, there's a little bit of drag to that too. But overall, just relief and comfort to be in the right direction.
You mentioned that they still said they're investigating, and there's going to be people watching that still don't believe those results or say there's something more here. What do you say to them?
I mean, you see, you post truth out there, and people have already made up their minds and decided. Ian made a bad joke, like, well, did they test for all the invisible poisons? Like, it's people will still think whatever speculation or rumors or whatever they want to believe, even when it's right in front of their face. And I was talking about this too. I was like, when Tylee and JJ show up, again, and you're here again, I don't know if people would even believe it. They'd still, go on with their own, still a cult. It's still, they've done something bad, and a lot of people have already made up their minds, and we just want to come on and share what we do know and share truth, and hopefully we, keep getting opportunities where people will be open to that and be able to listen.
So Melanie, Alex was your uncle, and from the beginning, a lot of people have thrown questions out there as to why he died. Was this just a big coincidence? Did you, from the beginning, think it was, or in the back of your mind, did you think there might be something more here?
There was absolute shock when I got a phone call from Zulema, and she was telling
Miss Shorty coming through again. Thank you so much for your support. Look, guys, she gifted out 5 memberships. Welcome in, Nikki Bobby. FarQ, welcome in. Thanks for joining us. Carol Woodward, Dr. Vonda K, always nice to have you. And Meemaw Slay, oh, nice. Welcome to Lead Investigators, guys. Welcome to have you in. Keep an eye on the community tab for the membership page, or where I post for the memberships, and watch for members only lives that also come along out of there. And thank you again, Miss Shorty. And yes, they were streaming the voir dire process this morning, and it was interesting. They actually, the questionnaires has been released as well. It's on a website. I had shared that earlier. We began to review it, and then we just kind of went ahead and started watching the proceeding. I kept calling it procedure all morning, the court proceeding. So we did watch some of that, but it is out there. You can view it if you'd like. Several locations were airing it, so it should be really easy to find. Thank you, and thank you for your support in the channel and giving me a place to come to your Discord and put things as well. So I appreciate you so much for your support.
me. I had spoken with Alex earlier that day, and he had seemed okay, but I knew that week before he was having trouble with, he was overall a pretty healthy guy, but stubborn, like wouldn't ever, put a Band-Aid on if he's bleeding everywhere, and, wouldn't do regular checkups. He just was a tough guy, and when he told me we were gonna meet up at one point, and I was gonna bring him some of his stuff because he had moved down to be with Sulema, and he then said, "Hey, let's not meet up halfway. Let's wait. I'm not feeling very good." And that was big for him to say that because he never would say that he wasn't feeling good. So the week before, he said, I just kind of have tightness in my chest or having trouble breathing. He said he had bent down to get a water bottle and it took the breath out of him. And, Zulema was absolutely worried and was like, "You need to get to the doctor." And he was like, No, I'm fine. And the morning of, it was really kind of, I called him probably every other day once he wasn't in Arizona anymore, or in Idaho. And the morning I'd called him, Ian was at work, and he was somebody I could kind of you could tell him anything. He's like a vault. And I was just openly telling him about, things in my new marriage, things that were, challenging or things that were going really well. And he was just my best friend at that point. And he shared some things with me that were, I just felt like write them down when he started talking to me. I don't know why I felt impressed to do that, but
Like what?
He said, "Melanie, the most important thing in your marriage is to be loving, be supportive, and be patient." And he kept repeating that, and I was like, I need to remember that always. Like, it always comes back to that. And it was his last words to me, and I didn't know that, but it was really just special, like that I felt, like, hey, write that down. And he just said, everything's going to be fine, and just keep moving forward in faith. You're going to have your kids back soon, and everything's going to work out, and just go on faith. And later that evening, I get a call from Zulema, and I think I was excited. I started telling her about my day, and then it just shifted, and Ian was there, and I kind of just went into a shock for a little bit. And then I fell to the floor, and I just felt all the feelings of losing such a close friend. And I hadn't been very close with Alex most of my life. I was closer with my aunt and even my other uncle, but after starting to have challenges in my last marriage, Alex was a truck driver, and you could just call him. He always answered, and he would just talk and let you talk to him. And I do talk a lot, and he would let me just vent, and he would say he never would put somebody down.
No, Miss Shorty, this isn't Brandon. This is her current husband after she divorced Brandon.
Or judge them. He would just say, "Well, here's how you handle that situation." And like, nobody could do any wrong in his eyes. He just was very positive, and somebody that was so influential to be around when I'm going through the hardest thing and missing my 4 children. He just picked me up every day.
How's Zulema doing?
I love Zulema with all my heart. I feel like it's been really hard. She hasn't been able to really mourn and grieve the loss of her husband, and all the accusations going out there. She doesn't really feel ready to come forward and share that story, and I respect that, or share her feelings on everything. And she's still just trying to get through every day and missing her husband, but she's doing okay.
I want to kind of back up to hear a little bit about each of you guys, because there has been some limited information that's come out about each of you. But would you mind just telling me about yourself, how you guys met, how you ended up in Idaho and then back in Arizona? Ian, could you start?
Yeah, absolutely. So I grew up in Southern California, and I got married in 2010, moved to Idaho in 2011 with my ex-wife, Natalie. We had 2 kids together. So right now they're 9 and they're 7, Max and Lily. And they're fantastic kids. I miss them a lot right now, and I would love to get them down here to Arizona. But so yeah, we were there with our kids. I started school at BYU Idaho. I never finished. Just work, school, and being a dad was too much, and I just figured I'd work. So Natalie and I hit our 9th anniversary, and on our 9th anniversary, she asked for a divorce. And so we worked our way through that. That started in March of 2019. got all wrapped up in July. And then, I decided I'd, try to jump back into dating a little bit. Talk to, I was talking to my friends and my family, and just kind of saying, like, I want to get back out and meet people. It wasn't really my goal to find, a wife. I just wanted to find people to hang out with. And, at the same time, I'd just gone through a really rough divorce. It kind of tore me up, and I'm trying to put my life back together, and, maybe looking for a little bit of validation, just somebody to talk to who's not going to judge me and push me away. So, I downloaded some dating apps and found Melanie on one of them and asked her on a date that day. I figured, I hate talking to people through text. I don't feel like I communicate well over text, or, I can't, I'm sarcastic a lot. And so, that doesn't come across well in text sometimes. So I just I feel better meeting people in person. So invited her out to dinner. We went to Mackenzie River Grill.
Sorry, what month was this, Ian?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so this was November.
So Melanie, you had moved to Rexburg.
Yeah, the first week in November, I moved to Rexburg.
So you both were already in the same town together.
Right.
We were across the street from each other.
Yeah, we actually found that out.
And you didn't know that?
I didn't even know, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you went to Mackenzie River.
Yeah, she was just, I don't know how to describe it other than she just, everything just kind of clicked with her. We'd had so many similar experiences with the way our divorces went, the way the last year of our lives had gone with just the struggles, and we understood each other. I found no judgment with her, no preconceived notions. She just wanted to get to know me, and we spent the next 2 days basically just talking constantly. It was, I guess with the previous people I dated, it felt like I was trying to make up reasons to continue to date those people, to go on a second date or whatever. But with her, it was just easy. It clicked, and I didn't have to try to do mental gymnastics to justify a second date.
And then you got married shortly thereafter, right?
Correct. So, yeah, one of the things that I really loved, one of the things that I guess that led to us getting married so quickly was our children. I learned that, she had 4 kids, and I absolutely love that. She said she saw my dating profile, that one of the first things I put in my bio, I guess, is that I'm a dad. I've got 2 kids. I love them with all my heart. And I want them to be a big part of our lives. And I didn't want anybody to be a part of my life that wasn't going to be supportive of my role as a father to my two children. And it's the same with her. I still haven't had the opportunity to meet her kids yet, and I can't wait. But seeing her interact with my kids for the first time, we came to Arizona. I came down with my 2 children to have Thanksgiving with my family, and she came down a few days later. And on her way down, she was talking about how she didn't have anybody to go to Thanksgiving with, and so I invited her to come be with my family. It was kind of a spur of the moment thing, and so she showed up, and my kids immediately fell in love with her. They, my daughter, she can be a little shy, a little standoffish, and just immediately was attached to Melanie. Wanted to just take her around and show her everything she'd been doing, play games with her, tell her everything that's on her mind. My daughter she has no filter, so she'll just say exactly what she's thinking. And just to see Melanie interact with my kids, it just made me fall really hard, really fast for her, because she's just so sweet and good with them.
At one point, I had gotten out of the car to go run into the gas station on our road trip, and Lily said to Ian, "Don't blow it, Dad."
Well,
Yeah, so Brandon, there's there's body cam out there of when she calls the cops, because she had like a court order, she says, to visit her kids, and Brandon wasn't letting her have the kids because Brandon was also in the same situation Charles was in. She's acting on the fringe, she's saying and believing in these things, and I have these kids. I think at this time she was still battling out with Brandon over the kids. I don't know, Shorty, if he's met if they've met if Ian's met her kids yet or not. Nina may know. She's still in chat. Interesting though, right? Right? That's one of those things I stayed single on purpose when my kids were little. On purpose. Didn't want to deal with it.
I don't think you blew it. You guys were married shortly thereafter, right after Thanksgiving?
Right, yeah, November 30th.
November 30th.
We were, it was really fast. And, I was in this, battle still with my ex and didn't have my kids with us right then, but we felt both ready. We prayed about decisions together, and we felt, that it was right that we should get married when we did. And, Vegas wedding wasn't dreamy or anything, but our goal was to be sealed in the temple, one day. And so we said, let's do this while we have Max and Lily. And then when we have Braxton, Brighton, Blake, and Breeze too, let's all be together when we have that special day where we can be sealed together.
Now, were Alex and Zulema married? Did you guys have a joint wedding, or was that separate?
So Alex and Zulema had been dating for several months, and Alex was very ready to marry Zulema, and she was a little bit like, I'm going to wait till I get an answer. I know I'm supposed to be with you, Alex, but I'm going to wait till it feels like the right time. And they had talked about, do you want to get married in Jackson or, Las Vegas? And it just so happened whenever they picked their date and had it more planned than Ian and I did. And, the coincidence of us picking the day right after them wasn't planned or anything. It was just what happened. And they were there, and we had made the decision in Arizona during Thanksgiving. And
Amen, Miss Shorty. Amen. I hear you. Same here.
said,
Single by design's what I call it. And I don't date.
let's do it. And while we're there, we need a witness, and Alex and Zulema are there. And, this isn't our big wedding day. This is just the beginning of our lives together, and we'll have that special moment when we're all together as a family.
Okay, so they got married the day before you guys did.
Yes, I believe so.
So one day.
We got married on the 30th, and I think they got married on the 29th.
And was it just an intimate ceremony for the both of you, like any extended family or, friends, or was it just kind of a small group?
Yeah, it was just for Ian and I, we had 2 or 3 hours. We got a dress and a tux and got the kids all dressed up and their hair done. And it was a small, I think the Lucky Little Wedding Chapel, I think is where we picked. And it's a small room. And it was just very intimate, quick, not anything crazy or anything, but it was special to us. And then Alex and Zulema just were there as our witnesses. And it was just planned last second. We didn't have time to invite a lot of people. It was just on a whim decision, and felt like it's what we should do.
Now, Melanie, were you born and raised in Arizona?
I wasn't. So I was born in Utah, but lived in Phoenix as a baby, and then lived in California for a while. And then Seattle is where I spent a lot of time growing up.
And your mom, unfortunately, passed away when you were young, right?
Yeah, so my mom got really sick a couple years after having me. She almost died having me. She had a deep vein thrombosis, blood clot, and the Cox side doesn't really have great genes. There's a lot of, my grandpa's had cancer and blood clots, and initially when we heard about, I believe my grandfather was told by the police that Alex, they had thought that he had a lung clot was the reason for his death initially. So that's what we thought this whole time, that, it kind of runs in the family, and that makes sense. But yeah, I think my parents had a rough time when my mom got really sick with type 1 diabetes. Also with gastroparesis, she couldn't have the ability to absorb nutrients, and she was in and out of seeing doctors and in and out of hospitals. And I think it was hard on my dad. I know there was some infidelity on his part, and they tried to work through things, and they just couldn't make it work. And I spent a lot of time in the Cox home. So Barry and Janice, my grandparents, they lived in California, and I lived with them for a while. And my mom was sick, and I remember my dad traveling a lot for for his job. And my mom finally felt like she was healthy enough when we moved to Seattle, where my dad got a job there. And it was just me, my mom, and my dad. My mom couldn't have any more kids, and I was kind of their baby. And when I was 6, my dad I remember, that's about as far back as I can remember, is the night my dad took me, and he said we were gonna go get gas, and we never came back. We left my mom there, and he turned the power off. He took all of her credit cards, he took her planner, and just left her there. And she was really sick to the point she couldn't really take care of herself. And we hid out in a hotel for a couple months. And then from then on started a nasty custody battle between them. And, you know, as when you're little, I just remember just being quiet, not really understanding what was going on. And I don't remember what went on in the court process. I just remember not seeing my mom a lot. And she fought as much as she could. And I think she got so sick, ran out of money, and things just weren't, you know, just in her case. And I grew up with just, you know, my dad, and then later my stepmom when my dad got remarried. And I heard all manner of things about the Coxes, and my dad kind of cut off communication with them. And these were people I grew up with, and I knew they were good people, and I loved them. And it didn't feel right, a lot of the lies I was being told about them. But my mom later passed away when I was 9. Lori was the one that called and told me the news. She said, your mom's in a coma, and she's probably not going to make it. And I remember that phone call, and I've always loved and trusted Lori. She's always been somebody that is just so much unconditional love on her end, no judgment, no drama, and I admire her so much. And I don't think I would have wanted to have that phone call by anybody else to have to give me that news. And I remember flying up with my dad. He took me to see my mom last time in hospice. She was out, and she didn't come out of her diabetic coma. There was no, it wasn't a surprise. My mom was always very sick and on the line of, we don't know how long Stacy's gonna last. And after age 9, and my mom passed, my dad didn't let me talk or see any of that side of the family. And I didn't know why, other than he was saying all sorts of things about them. And finally, when I was 15, I found my Uncle Adam on a radio. I think I Googled him. We had computers at high school, and I found him, and he was one of my favorite people in my life that I remember growing up. And then it kind of started connecting all those ties that I had gone so long from age 9 all the way to 15 without. And it's like we jumped right back into it. And for all those years, they didn't have me, and they tried sending packages, and my dad would return them, and I never understood why. I just felt something off in my heart, but no judgment or resentment on, why my dad did the things he did, but I wish to this day he would, just say it for what it is, just be real about it, because that's how we grow. We go through these experiences, and Ian and I that's the most important thing to us. Like, we're not perfect. I'm terrible about being nervous on, national television. I'm trying to get better at it, and it's hard to see all the comments people say about you, but we're trying to just be real and be open about everything now.
So was it kind of like Lori raised you after your mom passed?
Mainly my grandma Janice. Lori was young and kind of, busy with her life, but she'd take me and go do fun things, and also my Aunt Summer, and my Uncle Adam was fun. I wasn't super close with Alex. I didn't ever get his jokes. He's a comedian, and I just was always like, it probably takes me a minute to process, like longer than most people, and so I would never really connect as much with Alex as I did with Adam or Lori. But yeah, they were so important in my life, and to not have that growing up and have that confusion of, what happened and why did things go south. And up until 3 years ago, I didn't know that my dad had been telling everybody this other side of, hey, your mom died of anorexia, and, she was mentally ill, and, basically made himself look like the hero. I took you away from her, and I knew that didn't feel right, and I was kind of in shock that every
Yeah, Jeff. So there's two Melanies in this case. This is Melanie Pulaski, Lori's niece. Her mother was Lori's sister. And then the other Melanie in the case, it was Melanie Gibb, Lori's best friend. You may hear the word Melanese in this case. If you do, that's referring to this Melanie. Yeah. Yep. So there you go. That's who that is.
Everybody in the whole world thinks that she died of anorexia, and she's not here to tell her story. And I have all of her medical records and all the court documents. And it's hard seeing the same patterns of what happened to my mom now happened in my life, where my kids are taken away from me wrongfully, and things are said about me that aren't true. But I know my kids know who I am, and my own father is helping my ex-husband right now, and they've had my kids at their house and don't tell me, and I just have bullying text messages from my dad, and that's upsetting. I feel like you should love your kid no matter what. If all these false claims, if they were even true, if they really thought I was some crazy and in a cult and done something horrible, shouldn't they just reclaim me with kindness as their daughter and love me anyways? But the fact that these things aren't true, it's absolutely heartbreaking. And I don't have, a good relationship right now where I feel like I can keep them close in my life right now. I'm kind of just loving them from a distance and letting everything play out. And I don't judge anyone for all the things that they're scared of or confused about, because this case is heavy and it's unlike anything. I never thought this would be our lives. Like, it's unreal.
I do want to ask you, there have been other reports about your mother's death, that somehow Lori may have been tied into it, or whatever's killing all these other people. Your mom may have been the first victim. Can you address that?
Yeah, she died of natural causes. It's on her death certificate. But she had type 1 diabetes, and with gastroparesis with that, like she went to every type of doctor. She even went and went to, I think she got tested for eating disorders, for everything she got tested for. And it was so clear what she had. It was so far from anorexia. It was a total manipulation of, she's tiny and can't absorb nutrients. And he took us and ran with the story of that. And it's hurtful and it's untrue. And she's not here to tell that truth. And, reading through court documents, there's so many things he could have said, because we're real and open about our family and we make mistakes. He could have said, true things, but it was mostly just lies about everything. And that's similar to what's happening in my family court case. It's the same pattern. And I think we go through these things to learn and experience, and seeing that same exact thing happen now in my life, it's too ironic that it's the same exact patterns.
Crazy stuff, guys. That's crazy. Nina. Lori's family, parents were Barry and Janice. Kids were Stacy, Alex, Adam, Lori, and Summer. Laura died as an infant, and Stacy died as an adult. Yes. With the infant was like 6 weeks old, I think, wasn't it? So, yeah, there's just a lot around Lori, right? A lot of bad energy swarming around that lady. Like, if anybody needed a smudge in this world, it was Lori damn Vallow. Goodness. But, well, guys, I appreciate you coming and hanging out today. I'm not going to be on, for hours on, and today we're going to go ahead and cut it. I got a couple things I need to do around the house, and I want to go grab a bite to eat here in a little while. I should be back in the morning. It depends. I checked the docket this morning, and there hasn't been anything. I think there was one new thing dropped in the coworker case, but it was nothing but a formality paper, and I'm waiting on the actual rest of that to come out. Hope it should be available by the morning. Some unredacted stuff they were ordered to put in, so as soon as those get in, we'll have some new documents to look at there. Until then, there's not really left there a whole lot that I'm willing to talk about right now. Unless people want to get into a discussion about some AT&T timing records and the discrepancies I see there by the state as well as the defense. Uh-oh, just got an update, guys, from Joe. Let's see what he's got to say. Oh, wow. So Joe just said, the Judge Boreski just said he expects a jury to be seated by this afternoon, guys. So if that's the case, they may take tomorrow off and then start the trial the day after. So Thursday, they may start it tomorrow if they're seated by this afternoon. We'll have to wait and see. Yes, Joe is planning to go live later to do a recap of what he learned today in the Lori's jury selection proceedings. So we'll look for his notifications to be out here in a little while. Now he is, a pretty good ways behind me on on the time zone issue. So I know they're still busy there. So when he gets done, I guess he'll set up a live, and there's Joe's channel, guys. Pokemon, I'm assuming Publicly Buzz will be live later as well. Always a fun time over there, guys. If you go check him out, if you guys haven't, we can get his link in here as well. A Pokemon, that'd be fine. Flip Flop says, I'm so gutted the minute you put on that and the interview. I had loads of calls and I need to tell, so I'll get back and rewatch it from that point. I really appreciate you trying to get me. You're welcome. And if you can't, catch it while it's live, we get it. Life gets in the way of some of the things we want to do sometimes, doesn't it? And catch the replay. We do appreciate the replay crew here as well. And again, thank you, Miss Shorty, for gifting those memberships. It's really appreciated. We love the support, and you guys go check out Miss Shorty. Let's get her link in here too. Let's drop her in here as well. Yeah, go look for Joe's notification later so we can get the update, and then he should know by the time he walks out of that courtroom if they actually have they're probably on a lunch break right now. So if they can get this finished up after lunch, they'll probably get him seated by this evening, and he'll let us know during his live later. Oh, well, thank you, Nina. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, guys, everybody's links are in the chat. You guys go check them out, see what you think, and I will probably see you again in the morning. I'll see you tonight over at Joe's when he goes live with the update for sure. But until then, I'll see you later, and then again in the morning, more than likely. All right, guys, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to